Good morning. How's it going, everybody? Good morning. Happy Sunday. That suddenly snoring sounds. We have an unban request from Charging Badger that says, hey, can I get an unban? Yeah. What's up, dude? Welcome in. Chat, I woke up thinking it was Monday and was like, why the fuck is my alarm going off? I don't have to work this morning. Oh no, wait, it's Sunday. Oh yeah. Whoa! All right. Let's start polishing this turd. We must be done. Whoa! Hope everyone's doing great, and yes, we are finishing this today. If you didn't see the ending yesterday, we have to get every single Ecum Bokum token. It's just as long as Expedition 33 if you cut out the cutscenes. I don't think that's true, man. Mr. Modus, thank you very much for the 43 months and the tier 3. That is a very long time, man. Thank you so much. Alright. Let's go see what we have to hunt down, huh? Done. GoldenEye, done. Okay, Pokemon Island, we have to find 2 Ecum Bokum tokens. And then in Conker's Bad Fur Day, we have to find 1. I don't know what 64 square is. And then Glover still has one. All right. Okay, first things first. Pokemon Island. 2. Conquers Ferde. 1. Okay. Okay. How was your guys' Saturday, chat? How was your guys' Saturday? Worked, recorded some music, drank, slept. Pretty decent day. Nice. Nice, nice. My son is slowly but surely understanding the potty. Hard. Really tough. Really tough stuff. You know, looking back, I wish we started sooner. We're both talking though, we got pretty lazy. Because we were talking about wanting to do it. About potty training. We wanted to do it sooner. And we just never did. Hey, what's up, Albie? Morning. You were out at work till 5 a.m. An anime expo. After party. You slept most of Saturday. Damn, dude. Yeah, he's about 2.5. 2.5. They say it's good to start, like all the books and stuff we've been reading and all the research we've been doing. The best time to start is between 18 and 30 months. Like, but between that time span. And we're right at like 30 months. Like, we're right there, so we're definitely cutting it close. So we don't have daycare. We don't have daycare. Okay, and just as a reminder, chat, if you see a token, just tell me. We don't have to play this hand-holdy shit. Or this don't spoil shit. If you see it, just go ahead and tell me. Morning, Caesar. Yuck. Yuck. Man, you guys remember Pokemon Yellow? Dude, Pokemon Yellow is so funny for the concept of a game. Because they literally just gave you Pokemon Red and Blue, but made it so a Pikachu followed you. Shit's still funny to think about. I think we're actually pretty good here. Good morning, Kefkaroth. Hey, here's the exact same game. But look it, dude. You get a little fucking rat to follow you around. And it's sold like hotcakes, dude. Well, the reason we had... Wasn't there a reason we had, like, blue in the United States? Because we didn't have green in the US. It was because of the sprites? Blue is used to fix bugs. If blue is used to fix bugs, why didn't we have red then? Or why did we have red? So you were capable of getting all the Pokemon. Sprites and bug fixes. Starting to think that the remaining Egum Bokum tokens are all both inside the volcano. Marketing genius. To think we've come from fucking Pokemon Red and Blue to Scarlet and Violet. The legendary Pokemon were elemental birds to now we have elemental motorcycles. They were right. When I was a kid, the red dragon, it got me. Charizard has a bad typing. What does that mean? I preferred Blastoise. I thought Blastoise was cooler. But that Red Dragon, man.
That's what they call a slime.
Yo, Schumer, thank you for the 11 months of subbing to my channel. You liked Bulbasaur. No one actually did. No, you're a liar. No one actually liked Bulbasaur. He's your boy. All right. Let's go to the volcano. Pretty sure they're all both sitting in there. You liked Bulb and Ivy, but not Venusaur. Bitch. I've already been down there several times. There's no way I missed an Ecom. Dude, I have no idea where these fucking Ecom Kokum shit is. God. It's based off of a World War I story. Oh, there's one. Okay, one left. I learned yesterday, or not yesterday, but the day before, I saw a video that the writer was, the story writer explained the inspiration behind every character and how every character represents a stage in her life. Mael was like a representation of her in her teenage years. CL, her adult life. I believe Gustav was like when she was in the military, because I guess she served in her country. I don't remember if she's like, or I'm sorry, not she, but I don't remember what the military is in French. But that was a role. Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting take. Le military. Verso is an actual soldier who died in World War I. Aileen was the actual mother's name. She died from her illness as she didn't take care of herself of her severe grief. I want to say something incredibly condescending. But I swore no spoilers. No spoilers for people who haven't got to experience it yet. I still can't believe Goofy did all that shit at the end. What a piece of shit. What's up, mates? I'll do it again. Come on, give me the token, man. Where's the token? You know what? I'm gonna look up something real quick. Hold on. God, I need to shave so bad. No. Pokemon Snap. I want to see. There's nothing in regards to that question mark, right? Ah. It wasn't a Nikum Bokum token, but very, very clever. So when you look at that question mark, you know the question mark that we found on a little Game Boy? If you go look at it on a first person view, the question mark turns into missing no. That's a very clever little homage. Madge? Madge, I just want to be done hunting down the fucking stupid ass tokens. Because I have no idea where it could be. They could be anywhere, dude. Alright, well, let's just keep hunting. What's going on, Sergimon? How you doing, dude? The guy who's playing a collectathon game doesn't want to collect stuff. Yeah, and? Your first facility? You were close. It's not that I don't want to collect things. It's more so that, like, I don't want to go hunting down a needle in a haystack. That's what it is. I like collectathons. I think they have a lot of potential to be fun. It's just more so like you see this vast ocean? The ROM hack developer could have theoretically put an Ecom Bokum token out in the middle of fuck all nowhere, right? He could have crammed one up Lapras's pussy. It's just not knowing where I need to look. The Laprosy. Happy Sunday, Tofu. 68 months. I feel like you meant to type that into a resub bar, and now it's just awkward. Man, that's so embarrassing. You never got the resub notice? Maybe refresh. Pretty sure I did, yeah. I'll go check, but I've been right in front of Bulbasaur several times. Imagine making a mistake. Go see what Bulbasaur has. Yep. What up, HK? You watching the video? What are you doing awake in the first place? Need to make my rounds. I get it. HK's got like this checklist of streamers she has to network with on a regular basis, you know? Pretty confident I have fully scoured this area. You get a DM for showing lack of support. You're right. I'm gonna DM HK. I'm gonna send you a DM being like, huh. Lapras, Butterfree, and Bulbasaur are the only three. Butterfree has one? I must have already got it because I was just by Butterfree. Yeah, I must have already gotten it. Hey, morning, A&W. I know you're kidding. I know you're kidding, HK. Dipshit.
Take him to Detroit. No! No, not Detroit! No! No, please! Everything with that! No!
Papa Travesty, thank you for gifting a tier 2 sub and ban to JKY2K. Man, you guys remember Y2K? You think my channel is filled with people who are dominantly under the age of 25? Ground pound grade for 2 of them in this area. All right. Nah, JKY2K got a tier 2 sub. I was like, man, Y2K. That was the time. Yeah, right. Yeah, I already got that one. No, you want to talk about drama? Fucking Billy Mitchell said he's gonna sue Pirate Software. I don't even know why, but that sentence kills me, dude. That's like, just saying it out loud is just so funny to me. Bro, clown versus clown lawsuit. Both of these people are turds. You said there's a second grade? Am I blind? Because that was technically a great right there, but yeah. I personally don't really care for the guy. I used to like him a lot too. I used to like Pirate Software a lot, but man, the guy does just not know when to like, dude, just admit you're wrong. Sometimes, you know, it's okay to be wrong. Yeah. Perhaps he should have spent more time with his child. Oh, there it is. I've never been up here. All right, we're out. So you know you're a champ. All right, and then we've got one in Conkers. You got banned because you said your dad could beat up his dad? Yeah, dude, some people take things, you know, really seriously. You know, if anything else though, at least Pirate Software caused the Streisand effect, to where the stop killing games thing in Europe has like exploded. Which, by the way, if you're European, you should go sign the petition. It's gaining a lot of traction. And it's for the betterment of all gamers and video games. You signed that shit when it had 200 signatures. Stop killing games. What it is it's this movement. I don't know the guy. I want to say the guy's name is Ross, who's starting it. But it's supposed to make it the whole purpose of like the movement is to make it to where video games can't have the practice of you buy the game and they can outright terminate your availability to play the game in the future without providing some alternative or some way for you to like either get your money back or essentially relinquish the code in a way that could be peer-to-peer played up by, you know, a group of people. Yeah. It was all just an act. We have an unbanner quest coming in from JKY2K that says, so here I am with my week-old child laying on my chest trying to enjoy some noble tofu in between poopy diapers and get hit with a ban. The audacity of some people. The absolute audacity. Yeah, it's an initiative to bring attention. But apparently it's getting so much attention. It's getting so much attention that the European lawmakers, or not lawmakers, but the European Video Game Union was given like word about it, and they actively spoke against it. Yeah, the lobbyists, dude. They're like, no. This can't pass. Here's why. And they gave a bunch of bullshit reasons that have nothing to do with the initiative in the first place, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Huh? Yeah, and you know what they're asking for is really simple, which should already be a thing in the first place. A development team should not be able to make a game that is online only and then have people pay for it and then just be capable of turning it off with no alternative. What's the YouTube channel that talks about dead games? I'm not sure. Yeah. Do I want help on this one too? I think so far we're fine. Laser cheat. I mean, there's a good possibility. Yeah, there's a good possibility it could. Yeah. It's good to just consider that this is just like trying to push the great zeitgeist in the direction of we own what we purchase. Ultimately. Like the very fundamental grounds of it, to my understanding anyway, is when you buy something, you own it. Yeah. 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 Don't mention property taxes around me. I live in California. I'm getting overstimulated. Oh my god, it's Big Mac. Sure, Craig, sure, but it's more so like even if you're correct on like you don't own anything, that doesn't magically just make it all right. Not saying you think that. It's more so that like we've kind of just accepted this fact that we shouldn't own the things that we purchase, which I find very like I don't know, it's like almost like a defeatist mentality because you do own the property that you have in California, like in the United States, just because you have to pay property tax, right? Like the government, sure, the government can come in and like take your property if you don't pay property tax, of course, but ultimately it is your property, right? You have a right to the property. You have a legal right to the property. Build a big fence. You could build a big fence, but then you'd have to pay a fine. I could paint the house whatever color I wanted. I could make whatever adjustments I wanted to the house. You know, like there's obviously some like pending permits that you'd have to get approved first for like zoning reasons, right? But it's not as black and white as you're making it out to be. The fact that you guys have eminent domain is the single most retarded thing ever. I could go and dig a giant hole for a pool right now, and I would have to tell. I wouldn't have to tell. You wouldn't have to tell anyone. In California, you do. Yeah, it varies based on state. I would have no problem paying any taxes if it didn't feel like all the taxes I was spending or all the money I put in taxes went to like things that I actually cared about, not some fucking bullshit. Whatever the fuck California does. Right? California is perhaps one of the most... I mean, I don't know based on state. This is just purely conjecture, right? Pure conjecture. But I feel like California has to be one of the dumbest states as far as local spending goes. I don't see any Ecom Bokum token up here. Are we still planning on leaving California eventually? Oh, that's the plan. Yeah. Right now, there's not a sense of urgency. Not yet. Move to Alaska. No, I think I'm good on moving to Alaska. The roads are awful in some places, yet they have the money to throw some stupid ass event. Yeah. I think if you asked anyone who was fundamentally against like taxes, right? If you told them like you could guarantee that the tax, like it's an impossible thing, right? Because you can't guarantee it. But if you told them that like the taxes got spent in a responsible way, responsible taxing, responsible spending, I think most people would agree with that. Why are we even talking about taxes? We were talking about stop killing games. Who wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning to argue taxes? Joke's on you, Baldy. I haven't gone to sleep yet. How's the joke on me? You're just a fucking walking joke. Because my life has no direction. It does have a direction. It's called down, bitch. Down is a direction. Yeah, I agree with Meats. Yeah, yeah. And then I feel like there's tons of people who are completely misrepresenting what the initiative's purpose is, right? Oh. Hmm. He isn't the right man for the mission, but he's the best one to get the ball rolling. Or he's the one willing. Isn't it funny how it's oftentimes the best person for a position is the person who doesn't want to do it? Who is more than capable but not willing. I have not. Well, I played Black Mesa, but I never finished it. Dude, this would have been... I was convinced I just had it. Sino, do you have any idea? Bottom end of the river in front of a gate underwater, top of the river in front of the gate, which I'm positive you got. In the house at the top of the down view, break down right crate. Wait. In the house with the top down view, break bottom right crate. I'm pretty sure I did that one, but I'll go check. Bottom end of the river in front of the gate. I think I got that one too. Yep, I got that one. You mean like Borderlands? When does the new Borderlands come out? Who knows? The one in the tree and the one climbing up the tree? Boulder near the bulls. There's one right next to the entrance of the level. You know, that might be it. That might be it. The bugs are sorted. I don't know. I can't think that I know a single person who I've ever heard be like a die-hard fucking Borderlands fan. Like, that is their shit. Oh my god. All right. All right, these levels down. You'll pay what is asked if you're a Borderlands fan. Yeah, right out of the developer's gun. They're decent, you enjoyed them. Chat, what's a game that you know is terrible, but you love it anyway? Nine, Ark. FF9 is dog shit. Yeah, 9. You think Pokemon Snap is bad? Final Fantasy 13. I've never played 13. Done. I don't know. What is 64 square? Okay, there's one in Glover. Rampage 64. That is a pretty bad game. Okay, and then Ultra Ocean. Okay, so we have to go to Glover, find one. The lobby that has Bomberman levels entrance is Square 64. Are you sure? Post-game stuff was crazy hard. I mean, I feel like that's most Final Fantasies, no? I feel like most Final Fantasies suffer from that issue. 90% of the game, easy. End game, post game, hard. FF16 is the best. Uh-huh. Go ahead, Ebtizzy. Tell me what other great ideas come into that little head of yours. Wait, I thought I got this. You only played 3 hours? That's why you don't hate it. You just explained, Subi, why you liked it. Oh, got you. I'm gonna tell you guys what game I love, but I know is absolute total shit, trash, garbage. What do you guys think it is? I'm curious what you guys think I'm thinking of. $10? Elden Ring? This guy's just fucking baiting, dude. Nah, you guys are way the fuck off. Majora's Mask? Oh, found it. I did see the latest cutscene from WoW. Smash Brothers? What the fuck kind of guesses are you guys coming up with? Yeah, the Grand Archmage of the fucking universe. Just because I hate it doesn't mean I think that the game is trash. Swinging a lance like a sword. Wow, Silver Grail, I didn't realize you were a racist. Okay, so I can make it. The game is Sonic Adventure 2. Come on, guys. Terrible video game. Love it to death. Oh. Fucking love that shit. But it's yeah, I'm not saying I don't love it. I'm saying I can sit here and see, yeah, that game is dog shit. Why can't I make this one? You wonder if anyone loves Sonic 06? Oh, it's because that one's closer, I see. Okay. God fucking damn these angles! Brother. Why? Why? This is for a fucking Ekum Bokum token.
Power. Sing along, have a good time. A little bit, just to soften
You always assume it's just mad cause bad. Balrog RPG, thank you for 10 months. Belafonte, thank you for 39. Goddamn, guys, thank you. Okay. You are joking. You are fucking high. You are high as a kite. Is this even possible? But why, dude? Why? Why have this? God, fucking ROM hackers, dude, I swear. Is the alcove on the back relevant? What, that one up there? No. The back of the wall? I don't know what you're on about. Fuck it. How does the bitch do this? How does fuckface do this? God. ROM hackers. Motherfucking ROM hackers. All right, and then there are 2 Ekum Bokum tokens in this one. Oh my God. They must be here. Chad, isn't it crazy that Star Fox 64 is like the peak of the Nintendo 64? And they never made anything as good after? You don't like Star Fox Zero? Okay, saying they never made anything as good after is pretty hyperbolic. I don't see any tokens. Whiskey, did you play Star Fox Assault? Have you tried that one yet? Did you finish that one? Hell yeah, brother. I think that Star Fox 64 aged better than Ocarina of Time. Okay, let's see. How do I get back into the regular version of the level? Because there's 2 Ekum Bokum tokens. Right? Maybe not? There's none in the video. So then what the fuck is it talking about? Not a single one. Huh. Well, I know that there's some in here I have to get, so. I can't believe they put fucking Castlevania 64. I see. Hey, what's up, Trey? I'm pretty good, man. I'm pretty good. HVG, how you doing, dude? Did we do anything for the 4th? We did. I took my son swimming. Was teaching him how to swim. I love going swimming, dude. And then we barbecued. You and the 2-year-old love it too. What's up, Croft? Okay. Pool. My in-laws have a pool. What's up, Doru? We have a pool at my house, and my son loves the pool. You know, my son at first, he was very, he was kind of scared at first. And like last year for 4th of July, he went swimming too, but it was kind of like, you know, he was only 1.5. So he didn't really understand like the concept of like doggy paddling and kicking. So, this year we took him in and he didn't want to be held, but we can't just let him like, I don't like the idea of just throwing your kid in and letting them figure it out. I don't like that shit. So we gave him some floaties, and as soon as we gave him floaties, he's like, I can do this. It was the best. And then he kept wanting to jump into the pool. He thought jumping in was a lot of fun. Yeah. What does my t-shirt say? With a body like this, who needs hair? My wife got it for my birthday. Son of a bitch. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. My dad taught me how to swim when I was 4. And I know that because when I was 5, I was swimming a lot. Son of a bitch! The humor... Tofu, the humor in this hack is so good. I am laughing. I am leaned back in my chair. It's so funny the way you fall every time. Fuck you, dwarf. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Done. I was talking about the random dialogue. Oh, got you. My dad beats me, my mom beats me, my brother beats me, my dog beats me, but at least I'm safe here because Tofu can't beat anything. Alright, let's go look. What am I missing? What am I missing? Done, done. Oh, there's a jungle one that I missed. It's the 7th one. Okay. Glover's done. Castlevania done. Okay. I don't know how to get the ones inside Ultra Ocean. It's saying that there's 2 inside of Ultra Ocean. I used to watch a lot of MMA. I don't really do. I don't really watch much anymore. Yeah, yeah. A cage fight on the White House lawn. Yeah. Yeah, I used to love watching MMA. You know what actually got me to like... I was so pissed off I stopped watching. when Manny Pacquiao and it was George Foreman. What's the fuck his name? Floyd Mayweather. Was it Mayweather? It was Floyd Mayweather. Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather, when they fought, that just pissed me off. Stopped watching, like, all fighting after that match. All fighting. Stopped watching. Pacquiao lost. That's what happened. But it was like, it was a boxing match, and Pacquiao isn't like really a boxer. Hey, Sino, do you have any idea where these are? No, it was Manny Pacquiao. Yeah, it was a hugging match. Eating breakfast. Okay, I think I have some idea of where to look. Patty, you're here. Okay, Patty, I'm confused. I need your help, Patty. You might remember. If you don't, just tell me to fuck off. Oh, wait. Never mind. Hold on. There's 2 Ecom Bokum tokens inside this level, apparently. And I can't find them. And the video doesn't even have them inside the level, so... This is Ultra Ocean. Star Fox 1. Maybe it's including outside the castle. Here, watch, I'll show you. I'll show you. Star Fox. Oh, is that what it is? I thought Ultra Ocean was the name of the Star Fox level. Yeah. You know, it does say miscellaneous, so you're probably right. Okay, I'm just an idiot. Yeah, I'm just an idiot. Alright. Well, you know what? That answers my question, Patty. Thank you. I'm helping. Patty's a helper. How you doing, Smacker? I'm doing my part. He was making me work. Oh no. Not the W word. Bro, I was in someone's channel yesterday. And there was a chatter who was like, is there a way to get religious exemption from working? And everyone's like, oh, you mean like for certain holidays? And they're like, no, like, I just don't want to work. It's like, oh, no, I don't think that's a thing. Yeah, go to heaven. None that doesn't involve Kool-Aid. Oh, you know, I wonder if Ultra Ocean is the one where it's literally like the fucking ocean. Hold on. Let's go to the Bomberman area. Let's go check that one out. It's a song in Pilot Wings. Yeah, dude, I bet you there's some shit here. I bet you. All right. That's one. I'm not going to the fucking 007 island. Nope. It's gonna be on the 007 island, isn't it? I didn't know I was gonna be hunting for fucking Mumbo tokens. Alright, I didn't bother looking in every nook and cranny. I've got one left and it's inside the beta jungle. One left. One left, one left. Oh my god, a combo. Cue the La Mulana unlock sound. The fuck is a combo? It's a way for you to give me money. It's so just you know what? Don't think, just click the button. Don't think, just push. Spam it as hard as you possibly can. Button pretty. The hell? What, do you not have combos, Whiskey? No? Pretty sure everyone has combos now, right? It's in your monetization tab. I'm the only streamer you've seen who has it. Hold on 1 second. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I clicked the combo button because it kept popping up over my keyboard on the phone. Nice! I love scamming people out of money. Alright. Oh, that was easy. Alright, now I'm free.
Freshness is essential. That makes all the difference.
My daddy has a gold.
Take my money, combo or not.
Wow, gold too? My dad has a gold too. Look, my dad has diabetes.
Nujo, thank you for the 26 months. All right, chat, it's time. We've got all the Mumbo tokens. Now we get to go to Dinosaur Planet. It would be funny if this was all just a giant debate. Crystal, is that you? No, we just got the last one, dude. Last one. Star Fox Adventure created a lot of furries, huh? Yeah, probably. I don't know if Thundercats did. I think a lot of it came from Space Jam. You feel me? Let's take a screenshot of this. So that way I have it. Maid Marian. Man, what the fuck is this? Yo. Yeah.
Oh, these, my boobies, my massive fucking titties, my super stuffed milkies, my honker bonker doinky boinkies, my fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper ultra hyper goddamn motherfucking tits?
Thank you, Patty. Thank you so much. Yiff, homie. Patty, Lola Bunny or Judy Hopps?
Freshness is essential. That makes all the difference.
Why the did you stop?
Habitful, thank you for the 6 months in advance. God damn, dude. Thank you. A boogie before? I don't know if Patty has ever touched a boogie. Almond Mo Ganagame. Good morning to you too, Tiny. I don't know where the fuck that is. Okay. First goal should be to move out of your parents. I moved out of my mom when I was born. Golly. Brother, why? That's not even the most weird thing I've read this morning. I don't know, mates. You type a bunch of dumb shit in my channel every day. How every cell in your body is half your dad's cum? I don't think that's how it works. No, that's science. You know this myth about us being mostly water? It's actually... Okay, you know what? I need to go take a shit. Oh, all right. Oh yeah, Tofu loves being vegan. You need to ask him about it. Yeah, definitely a vegan. All right, I'm back. My Discord does have vegan in its name. This is true. You can't break out of the cell without your tokens. What tokens? Bitch. Maybe if you win... Oh shit. Need all 1,000. Meats, if you go on a vegan diet, maybe you wouldn't be so fucking obese and we wouldn't have to hear your constant mouth breathing. I really don't get the fucking mouth breathing accusations. Do you have any basis for this claim? Yes, the comment alone is proof. Your basis is the Hassan Piker conjecture. As in you make up shit and then pretend it's reality. Bro, Hassan Piker is gonna get Twitch in trouble. He's gonna have... Dude... he bugs the fuck out of me. Bugs the fucking piss out of me, man. He's a snake. I don't mind. You have the political beliefs you want to have. But when you're very obviously taking advantage of a system that benefits you and is a detriment to everyone else, it's just like, bro, like... he gets away with shit he knows he can get away with. I know it's Twitch's fault. I know it is. can't remove him because he's making Twitch money. I mean, that's not... I don't think that the money he brings in is actually correlated to how he is treated. He's just a favorite. It's just blatant. It's blatant favoritism. I don't think that there's any other explanation. Yeah. Yeah, he recently just doxed a guy while waving around an airsoft gun. Oh no, man. I know it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter. Just frustrating. It's why I stream on multiple platforms. So you guys are all aware that even if something happens on Twitch, I will be live somewhere else. Oh, there's a token. It does matter that it's airsoft. It doesn't matter that it's airsoft. Yeah, I stream on YouTube also. I just only read the chat of Twitch because it's where I want everyone to kind of congregate. I want everyone to congregate on this platform. Because reading chat from multiple chats is... I think it has a negative effect. Yeah, but he's hot, so shut up. Yeah, I don't think that the airsoft matters at all. Not one bit. If you were in front of my house waving around an airsoft gun, I would assume that you are here with ill intent. You thought I would skip? No. If you show up to my house with a box of donuts, I'm gonna think you're here with the bad intent. Yeah. Oh, that's what you're saying. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. It doesn't matter that it's airsoft. I only needed like 12, Lexi, by the end of it all. No, you're good, dude. I'm not sure about... I don't know about the laws behind it, Meats. I don't know. I have no idea. You can't wait for me to hit 999. Probably gonna happen. That's where you're located in the US. Most states require it. Yeah, I don't know anything about airsoft laws. There's a cave back there. You're an expert on airsoft law? Are you really? Or are you just saying that? Your name is 420 Banana Boy with a bunch of X's. I don't know if I'm gonna believe anything that comes out of your mouth. Dank ass Banana Kush. Yeah, if you have 420 in your username, I instantly think that you tie your entire personality around weed, and I find those people insufferable. Just because I'm not dank. All right. Yeah. Didn't I smoke weed with Dode once? No. No, the last time I smoked weed was like 2015. And regardless, I have no problem with people who smoke weed. I have a problem with people who make it their entire personality. Seems like you're taking it to heart, Fristiskin. Weird self-report you have. This guy running around like this is just so goofy. How's the hack been? It's actually been pretty fun. I'll throw away the weed beanie and bowling shirt, I guess. Oh, I see. You know people who need to smoke weed before they do anything and they're insufferable? I don't mind people who smoke weed. It's just... people sit here and tell me that, like, it's the best thing and it makes them smarter, and it's like a miracle drug, and everyone. It's just like, bro, just all right, I get it. All right, enough. I'm not gonna make it in time. Yeah. Yeah, those kind of people. You have yet to see someone who's gotten smarter on weed. I've seen people get more artistic with weed. Don't know if I would necessarily correlate that to being smarter, but definitely more creative. What does it say? Oh. Hey, what's up, casual? Dude, this ROM hack's great. I actually recommend it. Yeah, this ROM hack's really good. You try to stay out of a debate of pro or against. Why do I want to see the world burn? What are you talking about? Because I'm recommending this hack? It's good. It's fun. I've smoked weed. Yeah. There's only ever been one time that I've smoked weed and not gotten sick from it. And I get it. I get the relaxing feeling behind it. I don't care if people smoke weed. I think it should be legal. Especially if we allow alcohol. Don't understand the world how we have alcohol be completely legal, you know, no big deal. But then weed is negative. Okay. Reagan's wife made it a Schedule 1 drug because she was a racist. Alright. Boomers hate weed? Alright, I'm just gonna say it. This might be a scorching hot take. The smell of weed is more repulsive to me than the smell of cigarettes. You actually agree? Yeah. Cigarettes really stink. Dude, weed stinks. It depends on the weed. Probably. The first time I ever smoked weed, my sister was a pothead. And I was 22 years old. And mind you, I've never smoked weed before this, right? Like, not even a single hit or anything. And my sister's in my parents' garage. And she's sitting there with her friends smoking weed out of this giant fucking, you know, 2, 4, whatever it was, like the giant soda bottle. She had some kind of contraption going on, and she's like, come on, bro, just like smoke weed with us and chill out. And she, like, I was like, fine, I'll smoke weed with you guys. And I sat down, and she's like, all right, just take as big of an inhale as you can. And okay, I did. And I got so sick, I knocked out, and I threw up and just knocked out. I woke up the next morning in my own apartment. This is when I was 22. And then, like, basically every single time after that I smoked weed, I got sick. There was only one time I didn't, and my buddy Dan rolled a joint of sativa. After, we were, because, so I used to take Muay Thai. And me and my buddy Dan, we would spar a lot, and we would like drill and practice and all this shit at each other's house. And he was a really big pothead. And he's like, bro, he's like, I got you. And he rolled a sativa joint, and that was really nice and relaxing. No, it's not that I get anxiety. It's like I smoke it, and then like my body just like, I want to throw up. Like, my body gets, like, insanely ill. It's like, I just get, like, I start heaving. My mouth gets, like, really wet. And fucking, like, tacky. It's not, like, anxiety or anything. Yeah, I don't know. People say that they think I'm allergic. Yo, Zephyrion. Speaking of potheads, what's going on, dude? Thank you for the 63 months and the tier 2. I'm good. I'm you know, I'm like, dude, I'm 35 years old. I'm just like, I barely have a beer to complement a nice steak. I'm just not someone who really does anything, you know? Your mother's the same way. She's allergic to something in the plant. I have probably had every experience I can have on weed. Anxious as hell, euphoric, everything in between. See, I can't stand wine. Ugh. I like champagne. Don't like wine. Fucking love wine. Dude, mead is amazing. Oh my god. It was the 2019 GDQ. One of my viewers who lives in Canada, they brought some kind of mead from a local brewery. They brought 2 bottles to GDQ, and I never had mead before. Yeah, mead is fermented honey. And bro, oh my god, that shit chilled was like perfect. It was perfect. And I did, but you know, like, it might be because I love honey. I love honey, dude. I have it every morning with my cottage cheese. I put it in my coffee. Fucking love honey. I do, yeah. On usually I take, like, before my second son was born, I was taking every Thursday off, or every other Thursday off. And the main reason I took every other Thursday off is because I wanted to go to the farmer's market. And about once a month we go through their jar of honey. It's making my mouth water because we don't have it right now. But they have an apiary on an orange orchard. So all the bees are like getting the pollen. Yo, Swift. Yo, Swift, thank you so much for the host and raid, man. What's going on, dude? What up? But they have an apiary on an orange orchard. So the bees are gathering pollen from the orange trees, and it makes the honey taste like it has like an orange hint to it, and it's so good. Oh, it's so good. You did some Mario 64 crowd control. Nice, nice. We are playing this Banjo-Kazooie mod, which ironically I'm recommending as a play. It's actually really good. It is very fun. It's yeah. Hey, what's up, Salty? Yeah, this shit's gotta say, like, I think so far, I think Jiggies in Time might be better, but this is just, it's just another great ROM hack. Oh. Yeah, I'll be finishing today for sure. I'll be streaming for another, what, 4 hours? I'll probably be streaming for another 4 hours, so there's no reason we shouldn't finish this. Be very surprised if we don't. God, him talking is just so disgusting. That's right. Okay. Come on. I really wish I could tell the depth perception of where this rope is. Thank you. Hey Swift, who do you have do your emotes? You still do King? Or do you have someone else now? You're starting Expedition 33 soon? Morning, dude. You want a new person, but she's still really good. Can we change Final Fantasy X yearly playthrough to Expedition 33 instead? Why not both? Yeah, so Sour Newt, he's no longer doing emotes for people. And I am really hunting for someone new. Need more Banjo-Kazooie playthroughs. Oh, you gotta relax, Salty. You gotta relax. Banjo's cool, but I think once a year, one new ROM hack a year is good. What is this? It's my favorite. We have a very different definition of favorite. He told me, if you find someone not to poach your emote artist. What do you mean not to poach? Oh, you put honey in your coffee? You know what else I put in my coffee is I put about a pinch or two of salt. Salt and honey, that's all I put in my black coffee. Because the salt, it cuts the bitterness, and then the honey like sweetens it just a little bit. Very good. It's my favorite. I don't know about you guys, but I was always someone who I couldn't have my coffee black because I'm not a psychopath, right? I gotta put like either cream or sugar or something. After brewing. Deftones does emotes for HK, does he really? Am I a wussy? No, I'm not a psychopath. People who drink black coffee and say it tastes good are the same people who will sit there and down a Guinness with their face. They'll sit there and down an IPA beer while their face scrunches up like a fucking lemon. And they'll sit there to try and convince you it tastes great. All right. Psychopaths. Absolute fucking psychopaths. See, look it, there he is right there. Billiam Longleg. He's the guy. He's exactly who I'm talking about. Your personality is tied around eating dog shit and trying to convince everyone it's not dog shit. You ain't fooling me, boy. Guinness isn't even bitter, it's creamy. You eat peanut butter? No, I haven't had a PB&J in like almost a year. Putting creamer in your coffee is claiming you like the taste of coffee, but just being full of dog shit. I think there's some merit in what you have to say. There is definitely some merit in what you're trying to say. That's right. The fuck is this place? I need 3 more. Alright. I have had several cups of coffee that were straight black that tasted great. I don't know how people get coffee to taste that good without like some $500 espresso machine. I like some cold brew. Yeah, I gotta find the other coin. This leads to Mumbo, I think. I take that back. That is not to Mumbo. Oh. See you later, Kill Ram. Medium roast, black. God damn it. No, I didn't mean to go here. God fucking damn it. I need 9 more music notes. Isn't it something like the darker the roast, the less the caffeine or something? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, right. For some reason, you would think that the darker it was, the more caffeine it had, but I don't know. We had one. It was mild, but yeah. A mild fart sniffing. Oh, really? Interesting. Poop in the bath. You boof your coffee. So you have a coffee enema every day? Do you just fill your toilet up with coffee beans so that way every time you go to take a shit, you just sit down and the bidet squirts coffee up your ass? How does he know? You're not a savage. So smart. Brave even. What the fuck? Directly in. Hot. Oh, there's a walk. Oh, I'm so stupid. Now I've got to run my happy ass to get this shit off. When I spray it out, I hang a canvas and sell it to rich liberals to as modern art. Then you tape a banana to the wall. Tape a banana to the canvas. Genius! Genius! All right. Hey, what's up, Aithcarm? Morning. Alright, well, we've got that all situated. Where am I missing? I think I see. 5 notes left, dude. 5 notes left. 5 notes and 2 jiggies. Ganon said that when I get all the jiggies, I unlock the ultimate power. Which we have no idea what that means. Before I jump down there. All right. Let's go ahead back to fuckface. You gain your virginity back. I'm curious how you know that, Lexi. Oh, okay. Oh, this is where that statue was. I'm like looking at this map and I'm so turned around. I'm dead. Oh, I'm falling. It would be funny if I died. Okay, I know where I'm at. I know where I'm at. I know where I'm at. Yep. All right. All right, let's go see what's behind the door with all the fucking music notes. Give him back his coin. All right. All right. Now we head to the turtle. Yeah, that was pretty lame, right? Just forcing you to get all the coins. A little lame. I agree. I'm excited for the game to unleash what is the ultimate power. And it's like I turn into Crystal or something. It's gonna be something incredibly stupid. I don't think I am where I think I am. Oh no, I am. Yep. All right, well, what the fuck's in there? A trip back to 007. Why would we go see Ganon? Why wasn't I invited to the dumb boycott info? I'm so lost. What?
Yo, and up, yo, and up. Oh, yo, up, and yo, oh, up, and.
Entrance to Mumbo's secret game?
And oh, and up, oh, yo, up, yo, yo, and yo, up,
That's in the fucking Donkey Kong 64 level. Jad, do you smell that? It smells stinky. I have the 1,000 music notes, but these ones are spawning again. Bro, if that actually was a picture sending me back to the 007 area, I probably would just quit the game. I would have quit. I would have actually quit. All right, let's see. We gotta go back to Diddy Kong Racing, which is this way. I'm not a big fan of the game giving me credits and then starting me over 3 times in a row, being like, actually, hold that thought. You didn't get me. What am I doing? I don't know, man. It was a jump scare. Before I go get the power up, I'm gonna have to go kill the tree that's right there, I think. %100 speedrun win. You know, with ideas like that, Doru, it's no wonder why you're still an affiliate. You accept this? Tofu, that's too mean!
Henry fucking sucks!
Well done, kid. Now try my new challenge. Collect all of my silver coins from around the rum hack. You must find 8 between each of the worlds and win, and then come back to see me.
God, I love the smell of my own farts. Yeah. Oh my god, everyone loves their own brand. I ain't doing this fucking shit. I ain't doing this shit. Pussy? You're right, Patty. I'm definitely a pussy for not wanting to sit there and go through every single fucking level a 10th time. Tofu is a quitter. Oh my god. It just throws me in. Think of the content. Boy, I'm sure everyone is so excited. It might be fast. Oh yeah, it might be fast. I'm in a race car moving at a fucking snail's pace. Stop asking for Zooters, you're not gonna get one. Go find the silver coin! God, I love Banjo-Kazooie! It's my favorite! I remember seeing all those fucking Nintendo coins too. And I was like, man, these are really sus to just be leaving around everywhere. I swear to God, if there's one more thing after this, I'm gonna lose it. If there's like, oh, you got all the coins, you got the 100th Jiggy, guess what's next? I'm gonna fucking pop, dude. Oh, and I can die. Good to know. The fuck is that stupid coin? We have an unban request coming in from Bodo. Hi, Tovo. I got hit by the ban hammer. I lurk here enough to guess what might have happened. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for content and congratulate you on your recent addition to the family. Have a nice day. Hi, Bodo. Bye, Bodo. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Where's this shit ass coin? I'm enjoying this, so you don't have to.
Gumbo, yo, up.
Is there a way for me to get up here? You need to become more awake before you can enjoy anything. Yuck.
Up.
I don't know why I'm going so slow, cause the fucking game? I don't know. Where is it? If it's submerged in the water, there's an idea. Nope. I'm looking for my fucking coins, bitch! That's what I'm doing! Can't you see? I'm looking for my fucking coins! You saw it? Oh my god. Why what? Huh? Why? I remember that one. Having fun? I'm great! I'm having a lovely time! I want to say... Yeah, so hype right now! I'm so hype! Ah! You see how hype I am? So hype! One coin, it was in a room with fountain ponds, and a coin was in one of them. No idea what the hell you're talking about. Pipsy's Adventure. Yeah, it was, it wasn't in the corner. If you remember where a coin is, literally just tell me. I want out. I want to be free. Do you want to hear a Pokemon fun fact? Is it about Vaporeon? And the pussy jelly that comes out of Vaporeon's pussy? The dolphin pussy jelly? I did say that. In the ocean behind Snorlax? Salty Dolphin's like, Oh my god, Off Duty was right. I'm so tired of this level. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired.
I'm sorry, little one.
Did you know?
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad!
Here? Side of the stairs. Back further. Round pillbox. Oh, you mean, this thing? Inside? This is some shit. This is the fart sniffers fucking ensemble right here.
This extraordinary creature is half blind, half deaf, and this is just about as fast as it can move.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Conker's Bad Fur Day is a great Nintendo 64 game. It is amazing. I'm being dead serious. Conker's had multiplayer? Where's the big tit flower? Not present. I'm glad fall damage doesn't exist. Use codes for Conker. The fairy hut. Is this the one with the fountains you were talking about? Yep, there it is. Right.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going? Did y'all have a fun weekend, man? I sure did. I went over to these people's house and they had a boat and they were like, yo, you want to go out on our boat? And I was like, cool, let's go do that. But I didn't know that people that have boats just want to go out on their boat and sit on the water for 15 hours and do absolutely nothing except talk about nothing but boats. Man, guys, I gotta warn you, cause nobody warned me. Apparently buying a boat makes you autistic.
How's it going, Sesame? Good to see you, man. You're sunburned? At least you had fun, man. Wallpapers and backgrounds? I would rather go take a fucking toaster bath. It's still not over. It's still not over, chat. Okay. Okay, I legit thought the game was gonna have me go hunt down all the oranges. There's more? No, there's no more. What more? What more could there possibly fucking be, Patty? The flying mumbo transformation and use the coins. So the oranges aren't a misnomer. They are actually there. So am I free or am I not free? Do you know if me talking again and does anything static? What a question to ask on 4th of July weekend. Let's go, let's Google it. Okay, no, that's the end. Yeah, no, that was the end. Okay, I'm actually free.
Take him to Detroit. No! No, not Detroit! No! No, please! Anything with that! No!
Yo, Eric, thank you for the tier 2 sub to Ben. What a snipe. What a fucking snipe. Damn, that is definitely a snipe if I've ever seen one. Holy shit. What's the ultimate power? I don't know. We'll go talk to Ganon real quick. Ganon said that there was an ultimate power if you got everything, and there's nothing. Kind of upsetting. Oh, yeah, the Triforce. Man, I'm kind of disappointed there's not like a final boss. Remember Jiggies of Time? Not well. Yeah. Nostalgia is often disappointing. Yeah, I think Jiggies in Time is a much better ROM hack, personally. All right. Explode bottles. Wow. Overall, I would say this hack was pretty fun. I feel like the end, I would rather have had all of those little things that they added post credits to just be regular levels, because I hate when it's like a build up to be the end, but then it's not the end. I don't mind if you do that once, but you do that twice, 3 times, 4 times. It's like, bro, like just let sometimes it's good to just let it end. Yeah. I'll do it again. All right, chat. Well, it's for sure too much. Yeah. Good recommend though. Well. Baldur's Gate. I'm not playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. Do I feel cleansed of Expedition 33? No, I don't. No, I do not. Hold that thought. You're about to start it today. Enjoy, dude. Enjoy.
Deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. We design our own.
Final Fantasy 6. I'm feeling a game that I don't think anyone else is feeling right now. I'm quite far in. Far enough that I can say where I am without spoiling people, which should say enough. for knowers. I understand that reference, Lexi. You've been wanting to play an RPG, and I can remember Tovo and Barb saying it's good. It's my favorite game I think I've ever played. Like, undeniably, it's probably my favorite game I've ever played. I loved it. I loved everything about it. Yeah. Well, chat, what do we do for the next 3 hours? Slay the Spire. A Zooter. Street Fighter 6. That, you know, it's funny, Gingervet, man. Is that the game? That's the game I was like, I'm feeling a game no one else I think is feeling. I'm not into Void War. Void War, FTL. I'm not into those at all. Xenoblade Chronicles. Oh, man. Have I looked into Peak? No, I haven't. Devil May Cry 3. Oh, that's a great recommendation. Here. You know what? It's such a great recommendation, you get a timeout. And why you guys keep asking for randomizers? Look, I'm planning a big Zelda thing for like end of August, early September. Okay? Late August, early September, I promise you guys are going to get Zelda to your fucking up to your ears. Remember when that guy wanted his alert to be porn? Yes, I do remember that. Battalion Wars, randomizer roulette wheel. I've got some fun stuff planned for September. So right now, here's the plan, right? So Tuesday, when Tuesday comes around, we're going to start Mario in the Multiverse. The Mario 64 ROM hack. I'm not going to be playing Xenoblade. I'm not going to be playing any RPG anytime soon. Or rather, any turn... Is Xenoblade turn-based? I've never seen, like, combat or anything for Xenoblade. I just know Shulk. Resi? You mean Resident Evil? It's real time. MMO real time. Interesting. If they do different things based on position and status effects. If the enemy is broken, dazed. Mecha Break. I'm not a big mech game kind of guy. Even though it's multiplayer. You know what I've actually been craving to play is like a PvP style game. So I re-downloaded Street Fighter 6. Let's react to Baby Step Speedrun. I'm good. It's an amalgam of turn-based and real-time as you have an auto attack to charge your cooldowns that you dump on enemies. Okay. Lord of the Rings Third Age on PlayStation 2. Huh. Are the Xenoblade games like highly esteemed? Like, do you guys all recommend them? There are anime games I wouldn't like. I'm not starting an Elden Ring rando, dude. An Elden Ring randomizer is like such huge commitment. Right? First of all, it's like insane commitment. And then second of all, it's like... I think people are collectively Elden Ringed out. Chat, press 1 right now if you're kind of Elden Ringed out, like soulsed out. Yeah. I feel like well, you know, one of my skills I feel like I have as a streamer is I feel like I'm pretty decent at gauging viewer interest on things that they want to do or things that they want to watch. And like, sure, Night Rain is cool, but Night Rain is literally the exact same thing over and over and over again. And the only thing that differentiates one run from the next essentially is the final boss. And I think that, like, I know I'm tired of it. I know I'm already tired of Night Rain. And I haven't even done a single Everdark boss. You want nothing to do with Night Rain? Night Rain's, it's interesting. Expedition 33. This is Expedition 33. We need dope platformers. They're kind of rare. You're surprised no one's doing a Grounded replay before Grounded 2? They're probably not doing it for the same reason I'm not redoing one. Is a game like Grounded, like, so whenever I do survival style video games, right, like Minecraft, Terraria, Grounded, they all kind of scratch the same itch. And I worry if I started Grounded right now, by the time Grounded 2 came out, that itch would already be starting to get raw, because Grounded is not just, you know, a small 20-hour playthrough. Grounded is like 40 plus hours. Unless, of course, you like beeline shit, but I don't know the game well enough to do that. So I want to wait until Grounded 2 comes out, because that survival itch, it's there right now, and I want to go scratch it. But Grounded 2 is going to be out in a month, not even 20 days. You want to play Night Rain more than I want to watch it?
In a perfect world, you'd set a health goal and results would happen overnight. In this world, the real world, it takes time, dedication, and the right support to achieve your best self.
Shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. Isn't there a bunch of problems going on with Subnautica 2 right now? No, Subnautica Below Zero and Subnautica 2 are different. Right? Yeah. Didn't Subnautica 2, like, because of all the Microsoft layoffs? Yeah. I do agree, though, that Below Zero is just a much worse version than Subnautica. But that's exactly what I'm referencing, is Subnautica is a survival game. And once you play one survival game and you survive through everything, it's like that feeling starts to wane. Yeah. You're curious how much content there will be for Grounded 2? Well, if we use Grounded 1 as like the reference point, they're going to have credits. I hope they have credits from the get-go. Because Grounded 1, it launched where you could like play the game and, you know, you could go fight Doofenshmirtz. And then you got to like essentially do the ending. When I played Grounded, that was 1.0. I played it on release, though. I played Grounded 1 on release. There's a unique RPG that spans multiple decades rather than the usual adventure with friends to save the world. Oh, was it? Oh, really? Interesting. No, I never played RuneScape. Growing up, I was stuck on EverQuest, then Warcraft and StarCraft, and then World of Warcraft. Those were the games that like I played that were, you know, like mass multiplayer kind of thing. Yeah, we'll see. I might wait a day then. Because did I ever play Call of Duty? A couple times. What's up, Jin? Why do people love Hollow Knight so much? Because it takes the Metroidvania formula and it builds on it. It builds on it in probably like one of the better ways that a modern game has. Yeah. The hardcore runs of WoW. I don't think I will actually ever play World of Warcraft again. Like, I can't imagine. I had a lot of fun playing it for that month. But, Okay, you know what? I'll pull back that comment. If they release a Classic Plus in the future, I might. We'll see. I would say don't bet on it, though. Really? But you totally loved it. What do you mean I totally loved it? Oh, you mean WoW? Bro, that shit makes me Static. That shit makes me so fucking angry. That kind of stuff makes me so irrationally upset. Maybe not even irrationally. I feel like it's a rational reason to be upset. That kind of stuff pisses me off. God. Like actual woke garbage. People should be looking at World of Warcraft for that shit. I just want the wheelchair as a mount. What did you miss? Khadgar fucking somehow lost feeling in his legs, and now he has this magical arcane wheelchair that he rides around in now. That's got fucking wheels but flies. So fucking retarded. No, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. Yeah, they're trying to turn him into Professor X, except he's not Professor X. I mean, yeah, it's not a joke, but it's also a joke. Dalaran was forced to install ramps. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought of Reaper. Yeah, dude, yeah. Yeah, I don't get it. I actually don't. I just don't get it. How did I find Expedition 33? I actually could not avoid being told to play it. Because it released back in April, right? Through all of April and then the beginning of May before I went on paternity leave, it was literally every single day people were coming to my channel being like, yo, Tofu, you have to play this. You have to play this. You love turn-based RPGs. You have to play this. And it was just, I was right about to go into paternity leave, so I wasn't going to be able to. Or rather, I didn't want to start a big turn-based RPG right before, in case my wife's water broke. But yeah, it was almost exclusively word of mouth. Show the latest story scene of WoW. It's so awful. I would rather not. Oh, dude, I could not imagine. Dude, imagine for a second. Act 1 happened. The finale to Act 1 happened. Which, by the way, we're not talking spoilers here. So don't talk about exact things that happen. But imagine I saw the finale to Act 1 and then Caitlyn's water broke. Devil's Ocelot, I completely agree with you. I actually completely agree with you. I have very, very few criticisms about Expedition 33, and I feel like some of them are subjective criticisms instead of objective criticisms. I like Expedition 33 more. Baldur's Gate 3 is a good game, though. You know what Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have? Some of you may disagree with me on this, but Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have like a strong emotional attachment to the story. Right? Like, you like the characters, like, you know, Shadowheart's cool. Maybe you like Lae'zel. Maybe even Astarion, right? Like, these are characters that you care about, but you're not emotionally invested in them the same way you are emotionally invested in the characters in Expedition 33. Yeah. You know, for D&D as well, the able-bodied people putting wheelchairs in the game because, you know, people in wheelchairs want to be in wheelchairs, and there are D&D characters as well. No escapism for them, I guess. Yeah, dude, that whole, like, it's all just virtue signaling. It's literally just virtue signaling to make them feel better about themselves. That's all it is. I don't think people who are actually in wheelchairs want to be in wheelchairs if they could have a pair of legs. It's literally just, the whole purpose of it is to make them feel better about themselves. Because they're a bunch of piles of shit. But yeah, it's a bunch of ROM hackers. Now, let me change my title. Yeah. I know, Talmon. Yep. Is that a Yeti? Yeah. This is my favorite mug. Mega Man time? Nah, no Mega Man. Here's the plans for content. Alright. We have 10 days. No, I played Baldur's Gate 3 on Tactician. Here's the plans for the next couple weeks. Okay. Either today or Tuesday, we're gonna start playing Street Fighter because they're releasing Sagat in August. And the last time I played Street Fighter, I was barely platinum. And I have a PV. You know, you guys know how I get that PvP itch, where I want to engage with other players and fight them and be better than them. I'm getting that itch again. Beat Nostalgia 64 without a wheelchair. So we're gonna be playing Street Fighter 6 here pretty soon. We're playing Multiverse Mario. No, I don't use a fight stick. I use a controller. And then once I'm done with Multiverse Mario, I think if we have time before DK Bonanza comes out, I'm probably going to be playing the Pokemon Mario ROM hack. There's the one where it's like you're Mario and you go like capture enemies and stuff. I'll probably be playing that after Mario Multiverse. Mario Mon, yeah. Oh, is it really? Man, you guys see all the shit that happened with Mango? That shit's crazy. Who am I gonna play? I mean, isn't there like a bunch of characters out now? I don't even know who I want to play. I was a Geef main. I played Zangief. Mango fucked up his whole life. What happened to Mango? He got really drunk at an event and like air humped this chick. And yeah, he got belligerent. Oh, you have no idea who Mango was? Yeah, it was on stream. Yeah, it was on stream. It was pretty bad. Oh, were you Pancakes? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Yeah, dude, he got kicked out of Cloud9. He got suspended on Twitch. He's no longer allowed to attend tournaments. But you know, in all things considered, Mango's like taking it on the chin. He's full on like, dude, I fucked up. I've got a problem with alcohol. And he's like, I need help. So he's doing his own thing. Right. Yeah. Good for him. I firsthand seen alcohol do nothing but ruin lives. So yeah, hopefully you can turn it around, dude. I've seen alcoholism just destroy people my whole life. So yeah, Ludwig seems kind of, I don't know, man. I don't really have much of an opinion of Ludwig. Like, he's just always kind of like been there. But seeing the way he reacted to the whole Mango thing, it just was like, wow, that's how you take that? Like, it's your event, bro. Hey, dude, it's your event. You have to take some responsibility at your event for having alcohol and encouraging drinking. You know what I mean? Let's switch the music up a little bit. And by switch it up, I mean we'll play Lumiere instead of Alicia. Hey, that's awesome, Shy Guy. If the guy shows up 8 beers in, yeah, but Ludwig, like on camera, was like, "Hey guys, Mango's drunk. Let's get him to keep drinking." And it's like, no matter what, at the end of the day, it's Mango is an individual, and he has to be accountable for his own actions. But like, dude, for being like the event coordinator, the event hoster, and everything, like he should definitely have some semblance of accountability. Or hosted, like, especially on Twitch, where there's like a TOS where you can't become belligerent while streaming. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know much about him. Oh, how did he react? basically that he had no fault in it. He kind of pulled a pirate software in regards to the event, which, like, I don't know. Content farming on people's misery. Roach, you hate drama? Sometimes drama can be really funny. Sometimes drama can be really funny. Oh, did he? Everything I saw was he was not taking accountability for it. It makes for viral content, bro. Okay, so if you do you guys know about the whole lawsuit going on with Ethan Klein against the 3 girls? Because to me, that drama is actually hilarious. Okay, so they're Hassan Orbiters. It's these 3 girls, and they reacted to a video that Ethan Klein made about Hassan. And what they did was they basically encouraged no one to support the actual video producer, to watch them and monetarily support them, which under the fair use law that we have in the United States is like big no-no. Like, you don't do that, right? So he's suing them, and now they're all individually running their own fundraiser, but every lawyer who's looked at the case is saying that all 3 girls are screwed because they have on camera saying, don't support the person who made this video, while watching it on their own stream, so that way all their viewers could watch it. Meanwhile, telling them, don't support him, give me the money instead. And it's essentially breaking copyright law, right? It's full stop breaking copyright law. And if they go to court and are found guilty, they will get banned on Twitch permanently. They will definitely be banned on Twitch for good. But what's even funnier is one of the 3 girls was doing a fundraiser stream while to support, to get an attorney to fight the copyright lawsuit against her. But during the fundraiser, on her stream, played a movie. She played a movie while fundraising against copyright. And that to me is just like the funniest shit. You fucking what? Yes! Yeah, it's see, drama like that, I find hilarious. So while yes, I agree, like, drama when it's directed at me, headache, fucking headache. When other people have drama, bro, there's gotta be, there's some times where you just gotta laugh. One of them spent more time smoking a bong than she was reacting on the video. Dude, yeah, that was Casey Tron, right? Was it a Disney movie? We can only hope. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I just can't think of that level of lack of awareness, you know what I mean? Content being sued for content is fucking content. Yeah. 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 Oh, dude, lots of people live in their own personal bubble, especially on Twitch. People live in their own bubble and they think that, like, you know, they're supreme. Yeah, I would say some. I would say some. I don't think it's a majority. I don't think it's a majority of people live in their own bubble. I think the people who do live in their own bubble would make you believe that. But I don't think it's a majority. I like to believe that a majority of individuals don't have this self-fulfilling narcissism that everything in their world is all that matters, right? Gotta have some of that Sonder. Been growing for a few years now. Yeah. Oh man, I'm hungry. But I promised you guys I'd stream till 11. I'm in one of those modes right now where it's like I'm so tired that I don't really want to load up anything. I just want to sit here and have a chat. What's going on, Aubrey? What drives people to be so confidently wrong? It's a good question. That's a really good question. Propaganda, money. Oh, that's right. Chat, how many of you guys have an awning in your backyard? You do? Did you like build it or have it installed, or did you buy one and have it installed? And like install it yourself? You made it? Oh, dude, they actually came by and asked for their balls back. Yeah. They came, and I explained to them how I was stockpiling them because they didn't say thank you, and how I just don't want our plants to be damaged. And they apologized, and they said they'll try not to. You know, I told them, I was like, you know, you guys are kids. I don't expect you to never kick balls over. Just at some days it was, you know, like 3-4 balls in a single day. So it's like I stopped kicking them over. No, they don't even know I'm a streamer. My neighbors don't know I'm a streamer. But yeah, they came in. They were very respectful kids. We're thinking of buying one. So Caitlin found an aluminum one that has like slats where if you pull down the lever, it will like block out everything. But then if you pull the slats, it'll let sun in. My only concern is aluminum and like the heat, right? Is it a pergola? Let's see. No, I maybe? Aluminum doesn't hold heat for a long time. Yeah, but dude, here in California, it gets hot. And I just imagine like the aluminum would retain the heat while the sun is out, right? Instead of it just being wood, which doesn't hold heat almost at all. Not the same way aluminum does, though. Fiberglass. It's not gonna radiate heat like steel. It works for cooking, but when you take it out, it cools really fast. A rain catch and a barrel too for the garden. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's either that or we like build our own. Hmm. Oh, that'd be great, Sino. I might hit you up on that. Talk to contractors, you would be surprised how reasonable pricing can be. Hmm. Hmm. So apparently today is Final Fantasy IX's 25-year anniversary. And they released a special movie. I feel like I'm getting spoiled. That's it? That's it. What's the point? Special movie. How are you? Oh shit. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is he naked? Be careful. Okay. Let me know if you need me. Moguri mod is the only way to play it if you're going to. You love Final Fantasy IX, it's just not a good game. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna play Final Fantasy X again. Like, can someone mod all the combat from Expedition 33 into Final Fantasy X? Like, make that happen? it'll be good.
Push it real good. Who says you can't still get it up? That you can't have your cake and look like it too?
Universally retroactively change all random encounters to be avoidable. That is such a big part inside of Expedition 33, isn't it? Where you can actively work to avoid content. Right? Which game out of Expedition 33 or Final Fantasy X has a better storyline character attachment? Oh, Expedition 33. Not even close. Well, I love 10. I love 10, but the game exists in my memories as a kid. I'll probably play both. I'll probably do one after the other. I feel like Final Fantasy X is just a game that earns my respect. Like, it's earned my playthrough. You know? Like, I'll probably do both. I don't think I'll abandon 10. If they're on par with my character in power, or they have some lovely feat from Monoko, when I mentioned find them once. Otherwise, dude, I CBA. Can't CBA. Can't be attached. Can't. I don't know what CBA means. Oh, can't be asked. Can't be arsed. Can be axed. CBD for beginners. I don't think that's how it works, Mario Man. Shelby, how far are you in Expedition 33? Hey, Off Duty, have you beaten what's his name yet? Don't say the name. Can't be dicked. Oh, you haven't played since we talked. Got it. Well. Yeah, just saying Act 2 is plenty. Yeah. Boot up Mario Kart and find P-switches and junk. Mario Man, you remember that feeling I had during my subathon? Where it's like, I didn't want to do anything, but I had to keep streaming? That's how I feel right now. If I do anything, I'm gonna load up Street Fighter. The Final Fantasy X release trailer. The original PlayStation 2 trailer for Final Fantasy X.
There have been other worlds before. Mythical, exotic, timeless. Final Fantasy the Games. Interactive worlds that have captivated millions, taking you to the limits of your imagination. And now, the phenomenon continues with Final Fantasy X.
Bro, that's crazy. This came out in 2000.
An adventurer named Tidus, beginning an epic journey. And Yuna, training in the ancient art of summoning. Join them as they struggle to save their world from a vast evil known only as sin. Young heroes, their courage, their passion. Enter the battle. Experience the danger. Their world is your world. Become the adventure. Final Fantasy X. Available only on PlayStation 2. Coming spring 2002.
Oh, 2002.
Rated.
Damn, it was 2000. I thought it was 2000. That's back when it was Squaresoft. I mean, it's not a shit take to say you like something. I don't think that's a shit take at all. Oh, 9 was 2000. Okay. Yeah, how the fuck did they do that? Who fucking knows, dude? Spirits Within. God, that game was such, or that movie was such a shit show. Your senior years when that released? God damn. You old as fuck, dude. What are you, 43 now? Class of 02 Unite. No, it wouldn't have been a good movie even if they didn't have Final Fantasy in the fucking title. Your class of... I'm 08. I'm 08. Six years younger, youngin. Ah, dude, I'm happy to be young. I feel young. It's funny because right now I'm still not in like the best shape of my life because that was when I was taking Muay Thai, but I definitely feel like close to the healthiest I ever have in my life. Yeah. Muay Thai is Chinese boxing. It's Chinese boxing. Chinese kickboxing, to be specific. Gonna call you Tri-Tip King? Stupid. Yeah, I took it for like 2.5 years. Thai, it's in the name. What the fuck ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna set it on fire.
Asian kickboxing.
One today, which gets me excited because it's.
Are you Chinese or Japanese? I have like 3 jokes that came to my head, but I can't say any of them at the risk of being suspended. You did a body composition thing the other day at the gym, and your results made you happy for someone nearly 40. Yeah, like when I took Muay Thai, I had a mean 6-pack, right? I don't have a 6-pack right now, but that's because I'm enjoying rice and ice cream too much. At 44, I could kick the shit out of 34-year-old me. Rice cream. Bro, I love rice. Rice with a little bit of soy sauce for a cocky. Maybe even just a little bit of balsamic vinegar. Just a little tiny bit. Mix it all around. Goes literally with everything. Oh, you guys, I'm having pork ribs tonight. I totally forgot about that. I'm having ribs tonight. Rice with chocolate sauce and cookie dough? I don't know about that, man. Oh, rice cream? You're just making a joke. Got it. Switching up the music. Yeah, I like rice pudding. Your body fat is 9.5 and you're 198 pounds. I'd be willing to bet that my body fat's probably close to like 16%. And I'm at 202 pounds. If I had to guess, that's what I would guess. Horchata? I don't like horchata. Not a big fan. Oh yeah, and just because I don't have a 6-pack doesn't mean my abs aren't fucking rock solid. My abs are probably one of the strongest muscles on my body right now. Gotta have strong abs if I'm deadlifting, 320 plus pounds. If I'm deadlifting 320 plus pounds and I'm doing all kinds of other shit, you have to have a strong core. So, yeah. And I feel like when people think of abs, they think of specifically like the 6-pack, not contributing like all the other muscles surrounding, right? Your lats. I'm trying to make my shoulders really strong. A daily pack. I don't usually do planks. You know something I started doing that actually works on my abs a lot? I call them anchor presses. Mario Man. Yeah, 6-packs are made in the kitchen. Pulling guard helped your abs. Why do some strongmen have big guts even though they're full of muscle? That's a good question. I don't know. What was I saying? Anchor press. So whatever weight you're gonna so what an anchor press is whatever weight you're doing with one arm shoulder press, you hold double that in the opposing arm. And this forces you to engage your core. So like I'm sitting there, doing 50-pound one arm dumbbell press with the shoulder, right? So in my other arm, I have to be holding 100 pounds. Yeah. Very challenging, very fun. shit. What? You gonna try that out, Dr. Cox? You should try it out. It's actually a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I could probably get away pushing 60, but holding on to 120, man. Your grip, like, it's just, it's hard. It's hard. Oh, you do those too, Sino? You saw so much bad jiu-jitsu at the Sandusky tournament. Your college baseball coach. Oh, how funny. I saw this guy on Instagram do them and was like, oh, that's different. That's really different. So, yeah.
Shop and save during the 4th of July sale at Best Buy.
I feel like everyone is kind of just like biding their time for DK Bonanza to come out. I have a really fucking good emote to give you guys for DK Bonanza. I want to get one more. You're going in blind? It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. Your guys' dumb combo shit. I've actually thought about turning combos off. It's horrible for mobile users. For 10 subs, I'll turn them off for good. I was a Geef main. I played Guile a bit. Didn't really care for his playstyle. And then I switched to Geef. Liked Geef a lot. I got him to Platinum 2. Platinum... No, it was Platinum 3, I think. I think I got him to Platinum 3. We'll find out. Probably on Tuesday. I don't feel like playing games today, chat. Hopefully, like doing a fucking thing. I've had a busy ass week, guys. I've had a busy ass fucking week. I've got a busy ass week coming ahead. He's always been good. Geef has always been good. Oh my god, thank you guys for the dino bits. Griefer and WoW, Geefer and Street Fighter. WoW, Griefer, Geefs. Oh yeah, dude, let's pull up Chubby Emu. He has a new video, right? Oh, dude, I always tell people to go support Chubby Emu. And if he wanted me to stop, I would do it in a heartbeat. That's a, you know what, great idea. We've got 2 new episodes of Chubby Emu. Let's do it.
Maybe we should track all our cars' value on Carvana.
All of them?
What a great idea. You know what, before I even do it,
Take him to Detroit. No! No, not Detroit! No! No, please! Anything with that! No!
Zaberwolf, thank you for the tier 2 sub to Zangief. If you guys don't know Chubby Emu, he is a licensed physician. He's great. He makes YouTube content based off of random cases that happen throughout the whole world. Stuff like a boy ate 75 chicken nuggies every day for 7 years. We're about to watch a man drank 3 scoops of horse electrolytes and the unthinkable horrors were discovered. So, he's also a hardcore memer.
A man drank 3 scoops of horse electrolytes at nighttime. This is what happened to his brain. HW is a 44-year-old man presenting to the emergency room, agitated, confused, and with a massive headache. Paramedics tell the admitting nurse that they saw him have a seizure. When he regained consciousness, he had no idea where he was. The previous night, HW was with Mike. They had gotten to know each other 1 week earlier because HW had a girlfriend named Katie. He had been dating her for a couple of years. Mike also had a girlfriend he'd been dating for a couple years, also named Katie. And this week, both men found out they had the same girlfriend. Depressed, the men went into no contact with Katie, and HW and Mike got to know each other. HW had been having health problems. He was tired all the time. He had horrible insomnia, but the doctor would tell him to get cognitive behavioral therapy. That never worked for him. His body ached and his head would hurt, and no amount of ibuprofen would fix anything. More recently, he had stomach pains that would cause him nausea and vomiting. He'd have weird spots on his skin. He couldn't get a good answer from the doctor about anything, but where he thought he got an answer was the farming supply store. One day, while browsing, he saw horse electrolytes. Horses are strong. They need to be well hydrated. If you wanted to be as strong as
I'm just gonna say it, this guy looks fake. Like, this person doesn't look like a real human. He looks like he's AI generated. I know he's not because he's in every Chubby Emu video. But I don't know what it is about him. The way he does, right? I can't put my thumb on it, but there's just something about this guy.
horses and electrolytes hydrate the horses, then the answer is right in front of him. He also saw someone tweet positively about it recently, so no better time than now to drink the horse electrolytes. Half a scoop and he'd feel great. Definitely no such thing as a placebo. With Mike, HW talked about rehydration. He said that hangover is caused by massive urination of water. So if alcohol leads to water loss, but electrolytes replenish water, well then horse electrolytes will basically turn you into the fountain of youth. The more you drink, the stronger you'll be. And it was time for them to drink. HW became so inebriated that he couldn't even remember his own name. He dumped an unknown number of horse salt scoops into a cup and drank as one of the last things that he could remember. But the natural reaction kicked in. It was so much salt that it burned on the way down. His stomach felt like it was on fire. Hours later, on the couch, he suddenly got up in a world of hurt. He went to use the bathroom, and it was here where he has his first seizure. Mike got up at the commotion to see what was happening.
Bro, why do your socks have holes in them? Just don't wear socks. Especially if you're wearing fucking slippers. You're wearing
Panicked, he calls for 911, and HW is brought to the emergency room, where we are now. Drinking a massive amount of supplement designed for a horse is going to cause problems if you're not a horse. One difference between animal and human supplements are the reported amounts. Typically, on human supplements, you'll see exact amounts per serving size. We tend to be familiar with and take more care of the needs of our own. But animal supplements, on the other hand, aren't quite as exact. They cite ranges or guarantee minimums. And there's a lot of variability in humans, no doubt, but with how much larger a horse is than a human, the differences from one horse to another, just from a number standpoint, might be greater, so this should make sense. What also makes sense is what's happening to HW. Let's suppose that he took just 3 scoops, and conservatively, we use the maximum values when a range is cited, and we use the minimum value when there is no range, and we can go right through the list. Copper is a metal. It's used by our bodies to make chemical reactions happen. The highest concentrations are in the brain, liver, and kidneys. Too much copper in the body can stress the cells, but horse electrolytes is made of 0.001% copper. Even in 3 full scoops, this isn't even close to cause HW's problems. Zinc is also a metal sometimes considered the opposite of copper in the body, because when you take copper, your body eliminates zinc, and when you take zinc, your body eliminates copper. Zinc is also used to make different chemical reactions happen. The amount of zinc in horse electrolyte is a little high for humans, but not high enough to cause any of HW's problems. Iron is a metal commonly found in our red blood cells, where it's critical to holding on to oxygen. Too much iron can be corrosive. It can destroy the metabolism and injure cells. But the horse electrolytes that HW took didn't contain enough iron to do any of this in 3 scoops. And potassium. There's a lot of potassium in our body, mostly inside cells. It sends signals for the body to do things. The most immediately life-threatening thing that high potassium can do is stop the heart. But the kidneys are very efficient in getting rid of potassium, and HW doesn't have anything wrong with his kidneys, so there's not enough here to cause some problems. Calcium is a mineral that's used by the body to make bones, and also to send signals inside cells. Too much calcium can cause electrical discharge in the brain, and it can shut down the kidneys. HW would have gotten a maximum dose of almost 8 grams. This can cause symptoms, most notably one that he already has.
Want to actually reach your health goals by summer? Factor makes it so easy. Thanks to Factor, eating clean, even on the longest workout days, is so easy.
Broccoli-haired bitch.
Coma. But the kidneys have a way to filter this out fairly efficiently, so it might not be that big of a problem if he really did take just 3 scoops. Manganese is also a metal that's used by the body for chemical reactions. Horses probably need a lot of it to maintain their normal function, and humans aren't horses. Their bodies do more work than ours. They're bigger than us. When we get too much manganese, bad things can start to happen to the brain. This could explain HW's seizure and unconsciousness because the 3 scoops of horse electrolytes that he took is 1,500% more than normal human daily intake. And while this is high, it's not the highest thing that he took. Salt is sodium chloride, and what's listed as sodium is likely a form of sodium bicarbonate because pure sodium metal explodes when you put it in water, so there's no way that they put pure sodium in here. Combining the total sodium content means that 60% of the 3 scoops contain sodium. This functionally comes out to as much sodium as 1/3 cup of salt, and that's more than the lethal dose of sodium. A blood test predictably finds that HW has hypernatremia. Hyper meaning high, natri referring to sodium, or more formally natrium as shown by its symbol on the periodic table of elements, and emia meaning presence in blood. High sodium presence in blood. The reason that this is so life-threatening is because wherever sodium is, water will flow towards it. In this small science experiment, I dissolve horse electrolyte in this water and place it into a tube. I submerge the tube in a pool of distilled water, and you'll see that water flows into the tube. That water flows towards the sodium. If HW has high sodium presence in blood, then it means that water is flowing out of his organs and into his blood. This is probably fine for organs like the liver, and maybe there's even no problem for the muscles. But where it's going to be a problem is something delicate like the brain. He had a seizure, he was confused. These are brain problems. Inside his skull, his brain has been shrinking as water is getting sucked out, and in the resulting deformation, blood vessels can get sheared, causing a brain bleed, leading to permanent damage if nothing is done about this. If high sodium is present in his blood and water follows that sodium, then one solution is to give him less salty water. This will stop water from exiting his organs. It'll stop the things that are happening to his brain, and it should help get his kidneys to flush out all the excess horse electrolytes that he drank.
Horses drink this? Yes. Yes, they do. Because they're different than humans. Zaberwolf, I realize you, Mario Man, Whiskey Dingo, and many other furries, this may be confusing to you. But on a biological level, they are different.
But the problem is, doctors don't know how long ago he drank this. And this is important because it changes how they're going to treat him. Water doesn't only follow salt, it'll follow some other chemicals too. When the brain's size suddenly changes, the brain tries to compensate. It'll try to pump sodium and those other chemicals in to try and maintain water balance. But this compensation happens over time, and those other chemicals that were pumped in aren't normally supposed to be in the brain, and they can't easily get pumped out. Actually, they can cause damage in the brain when it returns to normal. So this means if the medical team reverses HW's hypernatremia too quickly and his brain has already tried to adapt, then permanent damage will happen. But on the flip side, not treating him now is also going to cause permanent damage if it hasn't already happened. It's a few days later in the hospital. HW's serum sodium was corrected. He sits there with his eyes open, but when doctors try to speak to him, he just stares blankly into the void. It's possible that permanent damage has happened, but was it from the treatment or had it already happened? Hypernatremia's permanent damage would be the brain bleeding.
He drank horse water, his brain was already damaged.
From the shrinking and shearing. But rapid correction's permanent damage is something called osmotic demyelination. Myelin being the fatty sheath that covers the brain and the nerves, and osmotic referring to osmosis, the mechanism whereby water flows towards where there's sodium or other chemicals, both of which we would call solute. This means that due to the inappropriate movement of solute and the subsequent water flow, the brain and the nerves are suffering demyelination. And given that myelin helps move electrical signals along the nerve, it means that HW might have trouble controlling his body with his brain. His muscles can't work. He might have problems with his senses, and his brain itself might not work.
If the neurons in your brain suffer from demyelinization, can that be fixed? I think he's dead. He's brain dead at the very least, right? Like you can't put myelin back onto the fucking neuron.
He might have cognitive problems. It was hard for him to stand. When he could, doctors asked him to close his eyes, and then they saw that he was unstable and needed to hold onto something until he opened his eyes. His speech was incoherent. Typically, when the patellar tendon is tapped, it triggers a reflex in the leg. When the response is diminished, it indicates that something is wrong. And in HW, his response was diminished. And this wasn't the only reflex that had a problem. HW also didn't have a vibratory sense in his lower extremities. Something happened to his brain. If it's demyelination, that should be visible on MRI. Except when the medical team do that MRI, they didn't see demyelination. Really, they didn't see anything wrong. Sometimes demyelination takes a few weeks to be visible on the image, so this doesn't mean absolutely that he doesn't have it. Clearly, HW's brain damage wasn't from the hypernatremia drinking those horse electrolytes. It's unclear if his brain was damaged because doctors fixed his hypernatremia too fast, or if something else was going on. And as the days continue, it starts to become apparent that something else had been happening.
What do you think of this, chat? Here's my bet. It's gonna be something revolving an STD or a sexual organ. Something about his wife cheating on him or his girl cheating on him. That's my bet.
W had prior health problems that he said he never got a good answer for. One of them was a horrible stomach pain. In the hospital, he refused to eat, and doctors discovered why. It was painful for him to eat. Extreme salt ingestion can sometimes irritate the lining of the esophagus and the stomach. This can cause burns, so they sent a scope down his throat to take a look,
poison.
and instead, they found ulcers. The problem was, they didn't look like they were from salt, so doctors took a sample to find out what they were. This could be peptic ulcer disease, which is typically caused by the bacteria Helicobacter pylori, but when doctors tested for H. pylori, it returned negative. These ulcers were being caused by something else. As the days passed, HW's hypernatremia normalized, but nothing else was improving. He still couldn't feel anything in his legs. His reflexes were impaired. He still couldn't stand while closing his eyes, and he was incoherent. Doctors ordered a lumbar puncture. The brain and the spinal cord are surrounded by cerebrospinal fluid. It acts like a cushion to protect the brain, and it removes waste products from the brain, and it helps with nutrient transport. The puncture collects some of the fluid to sample, and when doctors take a look, they find low sugar, high protein, and white blood cells. None of these are normal, but they didn't find anything else. However, this did give the medical team an idea of what was happening. Back at the stomach ulcer biopsy, doctors had put a stain so that they could have a better idea of what was in there. When they magnified the image, they found a spiral-shaped bacteria present among white blood cells, and suddenly, everything made sense. Syphilis is caused by a spiral-shaped bacteria named Treponema.
Oh, I called it!
It's an STD. Contact with an infected person's sore, called a chancre, will often transfer the bacteria. Microabrasions will develop at the points of contact. You know how that happens, allowing the treponema to get in, especially if it's a mucosal surface like the mouth. The initial infection is the chancre. It's typically visible in men because of anatomy, but sometimes it's not easily visible, like bottom of the shaft. Most of the time, it doesn't cause any pain. The immune system reacts, and it does a good job. The sore goes away, and everything seems fine. But the treponema bacteria is floating around in the blood and is spreading everywhere. And eventually it learns to hide from the immune system, staying dormant in the body for anywhere from weeks to years, only to emerge as a variety of problems like horrible-looking skin rash, hair loss, ulcers all over, inside and outside the body. And it can get into the muscles, it can shut down the kidneys, and worst of all, it can get into the brain, causing the exact problems that HW is having. At this realization, doctors drew HW's blood and did an antibody test for treponema, and it returned positive, meaning that HW has syphilis. And he had it for some time. It's no longer the initial infection, it's the one that's been growing in his stomach, and it's now spread to his brain. It's responsible for some of the spots on his body that were covered by clothes. He didn't have osmotic demyelination syndrome. The medical team corrected his hypernatremia in time. He didn't have permanent damage from the hypernatremia itself. In the days leading up to him drinking the massive amount of horse electrolyte, he had been intermittently having worsening problems. He had been losing weight because his stomach kept hurting. He had been losing hair. His insomnia was becoming severe, and he had urinary incontinence. Syphilis cases have been going up in the United States since 2011, and starting in 2016, they increased rapidly. In the early 2020s, the cases increased so rapidly that there's been a nationwide shortage of the medicine needed to treat it. And even worse, there's new evidence that Treponema pallidum is changing its DNA in ways that we haven't observed before. Some of these changes may one day make the current treatment ineffective because the bacteria has mutated once before to resist the medicine that we used to use.
Yeah, chat, you guys have nothing to fear. You have to have sex for this to matter.
Explain this more on my in-depth channel Heme Review, link in the description below. If HW has a bacterial infection, then antibiotic is his treatment. Luckily, it was in stock, and luckily right now, it's still penicillin. Horse electrolytes became a meme in 2024. There's been a trend of Americans using horse products. I broke it down for you. In an acute setting, the sodium is for sure going to be the most immediately scary one, followed by manganese and then the calcium in this particular formulation. There might be different ones on the shelf. There's other factors that I don't really quite know about, like how is this product prepared? My guess is, at a minimum, it might be considered gross or unclean to human standards, but Anyone working in food preparation knows everything is gross. If someone has gotten to the point where they're actually drinking this, I doubt that they really care if something is clean or not. Different products might have different amounts of electrolytes, but they're all going to say for use in horses only because they're for horses. And it doesn't matter what you think, if you're a human, you're not a horse. One thing that HW was correct about was that having something salty does somewhat help prevent hangovers. And this is because when you drink alcohol, it inhibits anti-diuretic hormone. If a diuretic causes you to urinate, an anti-diuretic prevents you from urinating. But alcohol inhibits the release of anti-diuretic hormones. So a negative is a positive, so you get diuretic. The gratuitous water loss gets you that headache.
I saw this in an episode of Angry Beavers. Stinky plus stinky equals not stinky. Negative plus a negative is a positive. It makes sense.
But if sodium causes you to hold onto water because water follows sodium, then that blunts the effect of alcohol as a diuretic. And that's why we have beer nuts and bar pretzels. They do in fact blunt some hangover if you're smart about it and you keep your water intake high. You might still feel some pain because that's a little bit beyond water. That's the acetaldehyde being produced in your body. And we have horse salt, but this is for horses. Hopefully you're not giving your horses alcohol. By the 6th day of treatment, the medical team started noticing that HW's appetite was improving, although he still had intermittent nausea. His attention and thought processes were improving. His neurologic exam was showing that his reflexes were no longer diminished, and he had a better vibratory sense. And by day 14, he was starting to improve to the point where he could be discharged soon. Luckily, his hypernatremia that came from actions done during a state of inebriation was corrected in time before his brain was able to compensate. And luckily, he had a diligent medical team that were able to find and treat him for the real problem that he had, because it is one that's sometimes hard to identify, but is increasingly becoming more common now and changing in ways that we have.
It is unclear who gave who syphilis. Mike and Katie were tested and then treated. Thanks for the details, Chubby Emu.
Haven't seen before. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
He said be well while simultaneously tapping the horse electrolytes. All right.
Hi, Dr. Bernard here. This video is based on a medical case series published in Literature. It was a collaboration with the US CDC to drive more clarity regarding certain food products. We do still come across the issue of people getting hurt in a similar way almost every day for different reasons. So, my purpose here is to teach you science and medicine by telling you this story.
A dad ate horrible food cooked by his daughter, and it ruined his life.
A dad ate horrible food cooked by his daughter. This is what happened to his organs.
I love Chubby Emo, dude.
XD is a 45-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with lightheadedness.
Make notes? No, it's fine. I don't have daughters. I have sons. XD.
Headedness and dizziness.
Dude, Chubby Emu is such a fucking memer.
He tried to stand. He could feel the floor start spinning, and he needed to sit down. 3 days ago, XD was visiting his son June and his daughter Ivy. Ivy had cooked a delicious meal to celebrate this joyous occasion. She had cooked so many dishes that when everyone was done eating, they noticed that there was an entire dish that no one had eaten. They were so busy with all the other delicious dishes that they hadn't even touched this one. XD packs them up to save as leftovers for lunch on another day. The remainder was given to June to have as a lunchbox too. 3 days later, XD started eating these leftovers. At first, it was a succulent dish, typical of what he knew his daughter to make, but as the minutes pass, XD started feeling all the problems that brought him to the emergency room now. At examination, XD had tachycardia, tachy meaning fast, and cardia referring to heart rate. He also had hypertension, hyper meaning high, and tension referring to blood pressure. The medical team put a pulse oximeter on his finger in order to check the oxygen saturation in his blood. That is the measure of how much his hemoglobin, that's the protein in red blood cells that's supposed
3 days left over. Okay, look it. What is wrong? Like, how long do you guys keep leftovers inside your fridge for? Obviously inside the fridge. Outside the fridge, you've got like a couple hours. 2 days? 2 days is it? It depends on what it is. It depends. 4 days max until they are bad. Yeah. That's what I mean, Off Duty. That's what I mean. Like, I have steak sometimes that's like leftover, and it'll be like 4 or 5 days, and I'll still eat it. Right? It depends on the food. Rice is typically a no-go because rice is just always terrible leftover. But like spaghetti leftover? Dude, spaghetti will last like 4 or 5 days. Yeah, dude. How are you guys like? I don't know, man. Over just 1 day? Crazy.
To carry oxygen is actually carrying oxygen. The pulse oximeter shines a light and measures how much remaining light is received on the opposite end to determine that percentage of oxygen absorbed by his red blood cells. For XD, his oxygen saturation was abnormally low. Given that he also has tachycardia and hypertension, it means that something is happening inside his body. During the exam, XD became somnolent. His heart rate decreased from 140 to 35. His blood pressure severely decreased. His oxygen saturation kept going down despite them giving him oxygen. Unconscious now, XD's skin was pale gray and he was cold to the touch. Minutes pass. While doctors were checking XD's medical record to see if he had any past illnesses, his heart suddenly stops beating. He has no pulse, but electrical activity is still happening in his heart. The hospital loudspeaker announces a code, and doctors rush into his room to do CPR to try to resuscitate him. When a pulseless electrical activity, or PEA, cardiac arrest like this happens, an electric shock from the defibrillator won't bring the patient back. Adrenaline, given during chest compressions, can bring the patient back. But while the heart stopped, blood doesn't get to the organs anymore. It will starve them of oxygen, causing permanent damage, especially to his brain. But why did this happen? PEA arrest can happen for a variety of reasons. Given that XD was struggling to get enough oxygen in his blood, it means that his heart couldn't get enough oxygen to make energy to contract. Even though he was being given oxygen, he had become gray and cold to the touch. This means that something was wrong in his blood. XD's resuscitated, but now he has hypotension, low blood pressure, and bradycardia, slow heart rate. Ivy and June arrive.
You can tell she lives in America.
At the hospital to see their dad. June had packed a lunch. It was the vegetables from 3 days ago. When he ate it, it was delicious, and no one thought anything of it. He finished the whole lunchbox. But minutes passed. It started getting harder for him to breathe. He started becoming lightheaded and dizzy, and his field of view became dark. Ivy.
How did the leftovers last 3 days with her in the house?
Calls for help. The doctor takes a quick look and notices that June has all the same symptoms as his dad. Given that they both ate the same food and that Ivy was the only family member who didn't eat it, something was wrong with those vegetables, but what? The dish that she cooked wasn't anything out of the ordinary, but maybe this batch had a problem. Maybe someone did something to them. Maybe something else associated with the vegetables got in. This means that other people might somehow come into contact with this now and get sick like this too. The hospital calls the Centers for Disease Control to notify of a potential outbreak. An investigation is quickly opened and more details are collected. When doctors drew XD's blood so that they could test it, they noticed that it was an abnormal chocolate color. It wasn't red like it's supposed to be, bringing us back to the idea that something was wrong in his blood. Red blood cells hold on to oxygen because they can keep a particular form of iron. This iron is why blood is red. Chocolate-colored blood means that something happened to that iron. It can't hold on to oxygen anymore. This started choking his brain out, explaining why he was dizzy and lightheaded. This starved his heart of oxygen, causing it to collapse into pulseless electrical activity cardiac arrest. It links everything together. But understanding that this happened gives us some clues as to what caused this. Iron is a metal, and metals can shuffle electrons. In the physical world, we see this as electricity, but in the body, this movement creates electrical chemical reactions that are part of our normal function. To move electrons, the iron atom can have a different number of electrons at any given time. When iron is missing 2 electrons, it can hold on to oxygen. This is the iron that we have in our red blood cells. But iron that's missing 3 electrons can't hold on to oxygen. We don't want this in our red blood cells. iron 2 has room to connect with oxygen, and during its time with oxygen, it exists as iron 3. If the iron in red blood cells is already iron 3 without being connected to oxygen, then there's no room for oxygen to connect. A version of this, slightly different, happens outside of the body that you might be familiar with. When iron rusts, it's oxygen and water oxidizing it. While rust is forming, the oxygen and the water are removing iron's electrons, creating iron 3. So in a way, what's happening to XD and June is that the iron in their blood are getting oxidized, kind of like if their blood was rusting. It's not iron 2 anymore. Something changed it to become iron 3. This explains the chocolate-colored blood. It explains why all of their organs aren't getting enough oxygen now and are shutting down. And this gives us enough to know why these 2 patients are sick, bringing us back to the CDC investigation. Ivy was contacted. At her house, the inspector asked a few questions to get an idea of how everything went down. Ivy had prepared all the dishes in her kitchen. All of the involved ingredients were collected. At XD's workplace, at his desk, the inspector found the vegetable dish that made him sick still out in the open. And when lab tests were done, they found out exactly what happened. Hey, I got a quick question. If you like this video, I want
We just watched it, Zavulon. We just watched it.
to let you know I publish once a month, and I try my best to make each video worth your time. And if you do find this valuable, I'd love it if you subscribed and come back to see my next video too. Certain
That's a great idea. You guys should all go subscribe to Chubby Emu at youtube.com. youtube.com at Chubby Emu. This guy's great. He's my favorite.
foods contain a chemical called nitrite. They're used as a preservative, and they help prevent the unwanted growth of organisms. Nitrite is a chemical made of nitrogen and oxygen. It has an extra electron. When nitrogen and oxygen are arranged like this, they want to become more stable by getting rid of that electron. This extra burden causes problems in the body. Oxygen can accept extra electrons, and we're constantly breathing it in. When nitrite forces oxygen to take this electron, the oxygen becomes superoxide. The body doesn't want this around, so it neutralizes it. But the problem is, the result of this is hydrogen peroxide, which the body still doesn't want around. Hydrogen peroxide takes an electron from iron 2, of which is most abundant in the hemoglobin in blood. It leaves behind iron 3, turning hemoglobin into methemoglobin, which can't hold on to oxygen. And this is where the extra burden kicks in. Typically, the body can handle extra electrons. The issue is, in the body, it continues to cycle this reaction nonstop, turning most of the hemoglobin in the body into methemoglobin.
Yeesh.
And this is where the problem with their blood came from. The body lives in a balance. Normally, some hemoglobin does become methemoglobin. It's not a lot, but it happens. So many things happening all at once in the body that the conversion just happens sometimes. It's just that the red blood cells have a mechanism that overwhelmingly change it back to maintain hemoglobin as the norm. One of these mechanisms is related to sugar. Red blood cells only live for about 4 months before a new one is made to take its place. They don't divide, they don't have genetic material. They also don't have mitochondria, meaning that their energy exclusively comes from just the breaking down of sugar, glycolysis. In normal cells, glycolysis feeds a further pathway to produce much more energy. Glycolysis branches off to produce an antioxidant that helps maintain electron balances on the iron. When there's methemoglobin, antioxidants here restore hemoglobin. But when the oxidant stress becomes too much, the body just can't keep up. There's one more option to help fix this problem, and the body just needs a little bit of help. During glycolysis, another chemical reaction can start to happen and branch off from it. This also produces a different antioxidant named NADPH, and this is where an antidote can work. Methylene blue is a chemical. It's a colored dye that wants to take electrons. When methylene blue is injected into the body, NADPH gives it that electron. During this reaction, methylene blue loses its color and becomes the clear leucomethylene blue. It then gives that electron it took to iron, restoring hemoglobin to its functional state and becoming methylene blue again.
I don't do weekend evening streams at the time because I now have a baby and a toddler, and I'm not going to put the burden of both of them on my wife all by herself. When my baby gets a little bit older, and we have, better routines in order, evening streams will return, just not for a little while. Yeah. Yeah, gotta take care of family first, man.
And just like how nitrite cycles its electron stealing reaction, methylene blue cycles its reaction over and over and over again until the majority of met hemoglobin is converted back to hemoglobin, allowing oxygen to be delivered again throughout the body. This is something that we're seeing more people talking about, including the health secretary in the United States in 2025. I talk more about this in depth on my second channel Heme Review, link in the description below. Doctors saw XD get progressively sicker in the hospital before they even gave him anything. He went from cyanosis and somnolence to cardiac arrest with chocolate-colored blood because of a toxic ingestion. In the hospital, XD and June were given methylene blue antidote the moment that the medical team saw chocolate-colored blood following XD's cardiac arrest. At the CDC laboratory, scientists found that a bottle of what was supposed to be sugar was actually sodium nitrite. This was one of the bottles from Ivy's kitchen. Ivy had cooked the vegetables with this, making a local cuisine that was typical and...
Oh no. Wait, I'm confused. Is she thinking that she's putting sugar inside her vegetables? Is that something people do? You put sugar on your veggies? Yeah, she accidentally put sodium nitrite. When she thought it was sugar? Hold on.
Ivy had cooked the vegetables with this, making a local cuisine from Ivy's to be sugar was actually laboratory. Scientists found that a bottle of what was supposed to be sugar was actually sodium nitrite. This was one of the bottles from Ivy's kitchen. Ivy had cooked the vegetables with this, making a local cuisine that was typical and popular. Because it wasn't eaten by anyone during the dinner, no one had gotten sick, and Ivy didn't use the sugar in the preparation of any other dishes. When the leftovers were eaten, the vegetables still had sodium nitrite in them, and both XD and June got sick, unaware of this contamination. When the CDC inspector asked Ivy, she mentioned that a few weeks earlier, she was helping clean a friend's house. She found an unmarked plastic bag of what she thought was sugar and brought it home to use it to cook. It looked like sugar, and this is what caused the accident. In the hospital, June was lucky that his illness was identified early. Prompt administration of methylene blue in this case prevents permanent damage. However, XD's case was a little bit different. Given that his illness wasn't caught early, that his heart stopped beating, and he was unresponsive after he was resuscitated, his body was cooled with bags of ice to help maintain the integrity of the blood-brain barrier and to help improve survival. But while sodium nitrite shouldn't have been used in the vegetable dish that Ivy was making, it is used in the preparation of cured meats and sausage. Keep in mind that nitrites and nitrates are two different chemicals, and some foods can have both. And this isn't to scare you. The normal nitrite amount in these meats isn't going to cause methemoglobinemia. It's just when you put large amounts thinking that they're a different ingredient that it becomes a problem. In the United States, sodium nitrite is usually dyed, often pink, so as to notify the user that this isn't salt and this isn't sugar. Sometimes you'll see people telling you to take methylene blue as a supplement. You might see some fancy dances and a bunch of smiles. Now, I might feel good sometimes when I'm taking my multivitamins, but I can't ever say I've felt so good that I've needed to dance on camera about it. And I don't want to dunk on this too hard, but there are some legitimate reasons why you don't want to put something like methylene blue in your body if you don't need to. You'll see people on social media talk about this, that it's an MAOI, a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. That's an antidepressant, a very old one. It does do that, but given that this isn't its primary mechanism of action, we'd mostly refer to that aspect in terms of adverse reactions and not therapeutically, because we don't really use MAOIs as medicine anymore. But why? It's because they have very many interactions with food and other medicines, one of which are serotonin agents, which are also antidepressants. Fatal serotonin syndrome has been reported with methylene blue while someone is taking a serotonergic medicine. Also, paradoxically, when too much methylene blue is taken, it can actually cause methemoglobinemia, because remember, by itself, it is a chemical that takes electrons away. And that's what happens to iron in hemoglobin. And too much methylene blue will overwhelm the system, causing toxicity. So The dose makes the poison. The publication that this video was based on was able to make the recommendation that food-grade sodium nitrite products be dyed a bright color such as red, blue, or yellow to avoid mistaking it for plain salt or sugar. It's being followed now, although as of 2025 in the United States, the Red 3 used in some products has now been banned. For anyone who wants to lose their mind in the comments about this, and I highly encourage you to do so, just check out the date of the announcement. And if that still doesn't make any sense to you why I'm telling you to look at that date, please feel free to lose your mind in the comments a second time. Happens to me every day. Companies will reformulate, so there's going to be other sources of red that we can get. In the hospital, XD and June responded to the methylene blue antidote for their accident. Luckily for them, they were able to get the treatment that they each needed in time for their particular case in order for them to make a full recovery. More info on
full recovery
in this video on my second channel, Heme Review. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
I was not expecting them to have a full recovery. Also, how the fuck did the bitch mistake sugar for salt? Like, how do you do that? She was never allowed to cook again. No, never again, dude. Never again. Yeah, right? It sounded like he was gonna have, like some kind of wheelchair summoned for him inside of World of Warcraft. There's a couple more Chubby Emu videos I haven't seen. A bodybuilder took diuretics and ruined his life. What was growing in his kidneys started growing all over his body. Who the hell goes to a friend's house and goes, look at this unlabeled container of sugar. I'm just gonna take it. Curing salt, which is something completely different. Yeah. Sodium nitrite. How do you grab a random plastic bag? Yeah. That's the story, right? You're an emu. Oh, dude, I love Chubby Emu. Love Chubby Emu. You know what? Here, let's do another one. Let's do another one. We got, you know what? We got two more. Two more.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause they love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry is so prestigious. Wave your hands from side to side and say, I believe in Joe Hendry. And Joe Hendry and the prestigious one.
Yes, Avalanche. You are looking at patient 0 for Joe Hendry.
Everything has risks. In the cases presented here, the problem would have been solved by not putting things in their body that they didn't need to put. In this particular population, depending on the personality and where they are in terms of mindset, they may not...
He changed the part in his hair.
Be able to fully and appropriately assess the risk, like I will show you in this video. JD is a 30-year-old man presenting to the emergency room paralyzed with heart palpitations and an upset stomach. Paramedics tell the admitting nurse that they found him in the shower with his head between his legs, water running cold. One day earlier, he had called for an ambulance. He could feel his heart racing, and he could swear that he would black out, only to regain consciousness confused. He would find himself periodically unable to move. He had trouble swallowing, but large contents of his stomach would empty out through his mouth. He refused to go to the hospital. JD was a bodybuilder getting ready for a show. He had one coming up in just a few days. It was time for his peak, and unless he was going to have a heart attack, he simply couldn't risk doctors pumping him full of fluids and ruining his physique. In his mind, he would know. He was confident that he knew his body well. No one else could tell him otherwise. Going to the hospital would totally destroy everything that he had been working for the last 4 months.
Selling your car to Carvana is easier than you think. In just seconds, we can give you a real offer good for 7 days.
But in this hospital today, doctors noticed that JD's heart rhythm is so erratic that his heart could stop beating at any time. They were surprised that he was even alive. A blood test finds that JD has hyperkalemia. Hyper meaning high, kali meaning potassium, or more formally, kalium is shown by its symbol on the periodic table of elements, and emia meaning presence in blood. High potassium presence in blood, but
You said it.
what does this mean, and how did this happen? Down the hallway, a new patient was being brought in by paramedics. KC is a 29-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room with muscle cramps, vomiting, and an irregular heart rhythm. A day earlier, she started feeling unwell. She had leaned out for her upcoming figure competition and was entering into the last part of her show prep. During her training cycle, she had been taking a fat burner. It wasn't a supplement that you could buy off the shelf. Actually, it wasn't something that's approved for use in humans in the United States, but that's not really what she was looking for. It put her in an anabolic state, helping her build muscle, and it raised her basal metabolic rate. Typically, she would cycle this on and off so as not to be burning the oil non-stop, but during this prep, her coach told her to stay on. Do not stop taking it at any time during this cycle, he said. Coach makes freaks and this is what we do, she thought. But very quickly, there were many things that she couldn't do. KC had muscle cramps all the time. One week, her coach doubled her cardio from 45 minutes daily to 90 minutes, and she collapsed because her blood sugar was too low. In this hospital today, doctors noted that Casey's heart rhythm is so erratic that her heart could stop beating at any time. They were surprised that she was even alive. A blood test finds that Casey has hypokalemia, hypo meaning low potassium presence in blood.
He said it again.
JD down the hall's hyperkalemia, but both of them are dehydrated. They both have very troubling muscle issues. JD was basically paralyzed. Casey had horrible muscle cramps. They both have erratic heart rhythms. It's the same problems, but they have extreme opposite potassium values in their blood. Why? Less water in their body means that they had less blood volume, and so their blood pressure was low. In an attempt to remedy this, their heart started beating faster to compensate, but physically, without enough volume to push, there still isn't enough blood to make it through the body. The skin, when adequately hydrated, should rebound when stretched, but for JD and KC, their skin didn't rebound when stretched, and the blood test revealed that their kidneys were failing because there wasn't enough water flowing through them. Both were days, maybe hours out from their bodybuilding shows. This means that they were in the process of drying out and also making weight, meaning that their dehydration was done on purpose, but why would they do this? Bodybuilders need to eliminate a lot of water to get the most ripped and skin-tight appearance possible. You can't just stick a needle in them and suck out all of the water from their body. Nature tells us that in living beings, water levels are a consequence of electrolytes. Potassium is an electrolyte, but water is related to sodium, a different electrolyte, not potassium. So, how are these related? In this small science experiment, I dissolve salt in water and place it into a semi-permeable tube, meaning that only water, not salt, can flow in and out. I submerge the tube in a pool of distilled water that has no salt in it, and you'll see that water flows towards where there's salt. That water flows into the tube. Water follows where there's sodium. We've already established that there's more than one electrolyte in the body. Organs need to be able to...
Do you think he does that experiment every time and makes different content with it, or he just has the exact same tube, did it once, and he's done? I bet you he does it every time because he's dedicated. Nah, I bet you it's different every time, dude. How many of these are sodium-related incidents? That's a great question. That's like probably like the 5th or 6th time I've seen it.
Speak with each other so they can send signals to one another to update each other on status. And they do this through chemical messengers called hormones. But this is where the problem is. Hormones naturally respond to changes in the body. Manipulating hormones makes it harder for the body to actually respond to changes. In the end, this can make permanent, irreversible changes to the body and can end with lifelong damage. And because we're dealing with organ systems, disturbing this process will impact multiple organs simultaneously. But what did they take? Let's start with JD. Anything you drink eventually gets to your kidneys, but you're not drinking the exact same amount of liquid every hour. What happens when you don't drink anything for hours? Your kidneys need a way to effectively communicate with the entire body during dehydration to save and hold onto the water already in the body, and it does this by having sensors in the kidneys' blood vessels. If the blood vessels are stretched, there's a lot of fluid flowing through, meaning that the body's well hydrated. But in dehydration, there isn't a stretch because there isn't enough liquid. When this happens, the sensors release a chemical signal called renin, telling the body that it needs to hold on to water, and this is where hormones that control electrolytes start to appear. When renin floats around in the blood, it interacts with a chemical made by the liver that's also floating around in the blood. This liver chemical gets processed once by renin and then a second time by another chemical made by the lungs, and the end result is a hormone that tells blood vessels to constrict. Because the body doesn't have enough fluid now, it needs to close these up to maintain blood pressure to make sure that enough blood gets to all the organs, especially the brain.
Our body is crazy, dude. Our body is so fascinating on how all of these systems are perfectly regulated to allow us to sit in front of this chair watching a guy talk about how stupid people are. That's crazy, dude. That's so crazy.
But this hormone does more than just that. As it flows around in the blood, it goes back to the kidney. On top, there's the adrenal gland. This is where adrenaline, which is also a hormone, comes from. But when it comes to electrolyte control, the signal asks for the adrenal gland to release aldosterone, and this is the final form of the signal cascade. Do you remember that where sodium is, water will follow? Well, one of the things that kidneys manipulate to create urine is sodium. When the body's dehydrated and the kidneys want it to hold on to water, it will pull sodium out of what would have been urine. When water follows, there ends up being less urine and more body water. Aldosterone is the signal that tells the kidneys to take back that sodium. Doing this takes water away from what would have been urine so that the body holds onto water. But sodium is electrically charged. Urine isn't charged. This means that for every sodium that's taken out of the urine, another positive ion has to be put back into the urine. And the simplest one that's easily available in the body is potassium. It gets flushed out into the urine in the setting of dehydration so that sodium can come back into the body with water. This explains almost everything happening to JD, except aldosterone would cause him to have hypokalemia, low potassium presence in blood, but he has hyperkalemia. The exact opposite is happening, but this is easy to solve. Aldosterone tells the body to retain water, with potassium loss as a consequence of that retention. JD is dehydrated with high potassium, the exact opposite. And because he was prepping for a show and deliberately manipulating the mechanism of electrolytes, water, and hormones, he must have something that blocks aldosterone. This means that whatever he took is functionally a diuretic. This medicine is named spironolactone. I talk more about this ancient mechanism of electrolyte control on my in-depth second channel, Heme Review, link in the description below. Down the hallway, in the hospital, KC was struggling with an erratic heart rhythm, but she was having the opposite hypokalemia. Knowing that she was also just about ready for a bodybuilding show, we can assume with some confidence that she also took a diuretic, but not spironolactone like JD. So, which one did she take? This brings us back to the kidneys, this complex process of refining electrolyte and acid-base balance from what ends up being urine is long and drawn out. This tells us that this mechanism is extremely important in maintaining normal homeostasis in the body. This means that there's different diuretics that work on different parts of the kidneys. Functionally, all of them will eject water out of the body, but this also means when used inappropriately, they're going to have different side effects.
Great face, Chubby. A bodybuilder took diuretics and they ruined his life.
This explains why JD and KC are both dehydrated but have opposite potassium levels, and the diuretic that KC took was hydrochlorothiazide. It works in the same part of the kidney that aldosterone works, except instead of reabsorbing sodium to retain water in the body, hydrochlorothiazide forces sodium into the urine and it drags potassium along with it, depriving the body of both while flushing water out of the body, explaining her hypokalemia and extreme dehydration. Let's go back to the medical use of diuretics, not bodybuilding. When blood pressure is chronically high, it slowly forces changes in the body that over time increase natural wear and tear. The heart is a muscle. When blood pressure is high for years to decades, the heart is beating harder. Well, when muscles do more work over time, they get bigger. They hypertrophy. That's what bodybuilders want for their skeleton.
Wait, hold on.
Over time,
15 years between the two pictures. I was 17 in the first picture, 32 in this one. 0 performance enhancing substances. They would get my medical license pulled. Not worth it.
they get bigger. They hypertrophy. That's what bodybuilders want for their skeletal muscle. But you don't want that for cardiac muscle, because when the heart becomes too big and too thick, it can't push out enough blood with each beat. This makes it harder for oxygen to get to the organs. And even worse, you can't just stop the heart from working in an effort to get it to become smaller. Once it's grown, it's grown. It's an irreversible change for the rest of your life. Diuretics serve to reduce blood volume in an effort to control blood pressure, so that the heart doesn't have to beat against as great a volume of fluid. Typically, if we need to start someone on diuretics because of their blood pressure, we start with as few medicines as possible and with the lowest possible dose. This gives us room to change the dose or add something else on later just in case we need to. In regular people who aren't meticulously controlling everything going on in their body like bodybuilders do, daily life, when you're not this lean, can incur a fair amount of sodium and carbohydrates, both of which we already established are things that can increase blood volume, with the sugar from carbohydrates accumulating as excess adipose tissue, of which having some is natural and essential for life because it's supposed to be a storage of some energy. But diuretics aren't the only medicines that we can give to control blood pressure. Speaking of hormones, aldosterone comes from adrenal glands. Adrenaline also comes from the adrenal glands, and it increases heart rate and blood pressure almost immediately upon release. Adrenaline hormone acts directly on the heart, and we can give medicines to block it. Do you remember that fat burner that Casey was taking that her coach told her to not cycle off of? Well, that chemical is named clenbuterol, and it acts in the body like adrenaline. This means that it increases blood pressure, it increases heart rate. When the body is in fight or flight mode, nutrients and electrolytes immediately get shoved into the cells to force increased metabolism. One of these electrolytes is potassium. Because KC already had hypokalemia from her hydrochlorothiazide use, her clenbuterol use made her heart rhythm even more erratic, bringing us to the final explanation of why KC and JD are having the same problem. Do you remember that sodium and potassium trade with each other because urine shouldn't have an electrical charge? Well, muscle cells do this because the change in electricity is what signals to them to contract. Rather than filter out urine, they need to know when it's time to contract and when it's time to relax. And the most important timing involving this is heart rhythm. The muscles use potassium as a signal for relaxation. When a lot of potassium is in, the muscles relax. This is why JD came into the emergency room paralyzed. His spironolactone misuse caused potassium to accumulate in his body to the point where his heart was about to relax forever. This explains his erratic heart rhythm. On the flip side, Casey's muscles couldn't relax. She came in with nonstop muscle cramping because the muscles couldn't release. This also explains her erratic heart rhythm, just in a different way.
Bring on the roasted potatoes, bring on the bullshit. This is what good cooking is all about. This is what good cooking is all about.
Mega Earthquake, thanks for 68 months, dude.
Deadly, but it wasn't the only problem. Longer-term changes to both of their bodies were detected. Their hearts were larger than normal for someone of their age. Both their kidneys had been failing for some time because of how they kept manipulating mineralocorticoid hormones around electrolyte and water retention. Thyroid hormones were also changed in an effort to boost metabolism. Anabolic hormones were used to get the body to help recover quicker from each training session and to help build more muscle quicker. But every time any hormone is involved, you're disturbing a cascade several layers deep that's supposed to respond to changes happening in the body to maintain normal function. Once disturbed, it's often difficult and laborious to reach equilibrium again, and should it be reached, you may have incurred permanent, irreversible changes in your body. You may have incurred permanent.
Well, there's been enough buzz about out there about this nonstop. Your balls will shrink permanently when you misuse these hormones.
Irreversible changes in your body. The renin, angiotensin aldosterone system that JD changed with his spironolactone misuse. That's something that's been evolving in living beings millions of years ago. Humans have a particular form of it, but the message from nature is that you don't want to disturb this ancient system if you don't have to. And this was only one of the systems that were worked on by both of these patients. For JD, his hyperkalemia can be fixed by stopping spironolactone and removing potassium from his blood while making sure that his heart doesn't suddenly stop. Acid-base changes in his blood can help facilitate some of that potassium excess. This is the most immediate change that needs to happen to get his heart rhythm back to normal so that he doesn't experience sudden cardiac death. For KC, if her potassium is low, then it can be replenished after her diuretic and clenbuterol are stopped. Funny enough, one thing that we always try to do with patients who have problems like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and diabetes is to get them to eat healthier and exercise, ideally before we start on any medicines. Paradoxically, bodybuilders mind the foods that they eat. They're not likely to have any of those problems of any of those patients, and they get no shortage of exercise, but they still use these patients' medicines to try to further optimize their situation. And sometimes, in the worst cases, it ends with them becoming life-threateningly ill when something goes wrong. As JD and Casey were able to get treatment in the hospital, they were able to regain some normal function again. At a minimum, they're not likely to experience sudden cardiac death, although it will take some time for their body's hormones to return to an equilibrium and back to somewhat normal function as they were able to make a recovery. Thanks so much for watching.
Dang, not
Take
full
care of
recovery,
yourself
dude.
And be well.
I wasn't trying to lose 8 pounds.
That's crazy. All right, we got one more.
EI.
One more. Okay, this haircut, gotta be careful, Chubby. Gotta be careful with this haircut, man. All right? Not 1940.
Is a 29-year-old man presenting to the emergency room unconscious. Paramedics tell the admitting nurse that they found him laid down on his bed with 2 empty medicine bottles nearby. He had taken all the pills inside by accident, forgetting each time that he had taken some before until both bottles were empty. On the labels,
How many of you guys do that? You take a supplement that you have that you want to take on a regular basis, and you constantly forget, did you take it that day? Would have been a bad day to skip shaving. I swear to God, I do that shit all the fucking time. All the fucking time.
one said vitamin D prescription and the other said phenytoin, anti-seizure medicine. This shows some kind of behavior was happening. The medical team send him in to get treatment. There might still be time to bring him back and prevent permanent damage from happening. Vitamin D excess can be dangerous, but phenytoin excess...
Yeah, it's more so like I have my animal pack vitamins, right? And I forget, like, I'll take them and I'll leave the wrapper out. And that's my cue of, okay, I had them today. Because I always take all my trash out of my room. I put it once in place, I've never taken it that day. And in another place when I go to sleep. Yep. Yeah, it's like horse electrolytes, yeah.
Can cause one to stop.
It's okay because I don't have syphilis.
Stop breathing. However, this excess is not too difficult to treat. Why was he on seizure medicine? The vitamin D makes sense because seizure medicine can inactivate it in the body, causing deficiency and weak and brittle bones. In the recovery room, EI was conscious again, but he's confused. He doesn't know why he's in the hospital.
Dude, why does this footage look like it was taken in 1990?
The medical team ask him why he was taking this medicine, but when he opens his mouth, it reveals he's not really all there. Vitamin D excess can cause confusion by way of causing excess calcium in the blood, but definitely something else was going on. They may not be able to get reliable information from him, but his medical record gives them some clues. 13 years ago, when he was 16, he came to the hospital with a brain tumor. Back then, doctors had noted that EI had suffered from seizures during the first 2 years of his life, and they described them as spasms, where it seemed like he would lose total control of his body, only for him to snap back into consciousness a few seconds later before totally losing control of his body again. A little different from the tonic-clonic grand mal type of seizure, where one will lose consciousness while shaking, but still a seizure nonetheless. EI's dad had had the same intellectual disability, seizures, and masses growing on his skin. Older notes had mentioned that EI had undergone treatment to remove water from his brain when he was a kid, but not many more details were given. And even worse, it really just seemed that he was getting his treatment for his symptoms and sent home repeatedly. Nothing was really solved, and it culminated into a brain tumor at 16 years old. A few weeks before he came in for the tumor, EI complained of random headaches. The pain was diffuse, so it was all over his head, bilateral on both sides.
Crazy.
And it would pound so hard that it felt like his eyes were getting pushed out of his skull. His vision would become blurry every time this happened. Back then, they didn't know about the tumor, but imaging revealed that something was growing inside his brain, pushing on the optic nerve, disrupting his visual signal from his eyes and causing his headache. But how did that mass get there? Surgeons cracked open the 16-year-old EI's skull, and on the right side of his brain, they found the tumor and scooped it out piece by piece. When they looked at it under a microscope, it didn't show characteristics of being malignant. It wasn't something that was going to spread everywhere in the body. It was just something like an overgrowth that was squeezing his brain against his skull, and good thing that it's gone now. But something doctors had noticed before the operation was that EI had strange shaped bumps growing on his skin, especially by his nails. These were similar to the ones that his dad had. At the time, it wasn't clear that these were related to the fact that he had a brain tumor at 16 years old, but shortly after the surgery, EI's vision returned to normal, and he seemed to recover. Everything was great, but over time, it became clear that something was still wrong. 4 years after brain surgery, when EI was 20, a psychiatrist noted that he couldn't read or understand a newspaper. He had dropped out of high school because he just didn't understand anything that he was learning. At first, it looked like EI may have had depression. Medicines were given, but certain ones would cause him to have a headache on one side of his head. Other medicines would cause his right hand to become clumsy, and he couldn't hold on to anything. They did work a little bit, but it seemed like he had a different neuropsychiatric problem instead. And as the years passed, EI would have periods in time where he'd have horrible headaches and episodes of blanking out. He couldn't remember the last few hours that had passed when these would happen. So he was started on phenytoin for these seizures, answering the question of why he was taking seizure medicine in the first place. Back at this hospital now, a conscious EI showed the medical team that he had a pain in his side. A blood test revealed that some of his organs were shutting down. Sound waves were sent into his abdomen, and they revealed that something was there that wasn't supposed to be. When he was sent in for an MRI, they got a better idea of what that was. Both of EI's kidneys were enlarged, and both had cysts growing inside. These are kind of like blisters on his kidneys, but there were at least 50 to 100 of them scattered throughout. His left kidney had what looked like an extraordinarily large, complex cyst, and they looked closer. Sometimes cysts will pop, they'll bleed, and then this will make them restructure, scar tissue and blood clots. The problem is, when doctors looked again at the image, it didn't look like some of the cysts had been bleeding, rather it looked like blood vessels had been growing inside of them, while other parts of them became thicker. Blisters don't typically have blood vessels, but tumors do. And there wasn't just one that had blood vessels, there were multiple. So while he has these cysts all over his kidneys, at least a few of them have started to become something else. But this wasn't his only problem. EI had complained of headaches when he was resuscitated in the hospital. They did a scan of his head, and they found multiple growths were in his brain again. These weren't there 9 years ago, or 4 years after his brain surgery, so during this time, things were still growing in his brain, his skin, and his kidneys. And given what was growing on his left kidney had started spawning its own blood supply, it means something horrible has been, and is still, happening. But why? In one extreme, you could suppose that all three of these inappropriate growths are happening independently. Maybe because he had seizures when he was a kid, that his brain was just predisposed to growing masses, and these brain masses look different than what was growing on his skin. Definitely not like the blisters on his kidneys. So he might just have the unfortunate situation of having multiple diseases of multiple organs all at the same time, which is really unlikely because they're all the same central problem. Masses are growing on all of these organs. Nothing is degenerating, nothing is breaking off and floating around in his blood. Even if the masses on different organs look different, the same thing is happening to many organs. So we can reason here that it's unlikely that all of these are all independent problems, meaning that we can go to the next piece that says that all of these are being caused by the same thing. But what thing exactly? Well, what about toxins? Those can cause inappropriate growths. Some toxins, like heavy metals, cause neurodegeneration, so not the creation of masses. And typically, when toxin exposure stops, then the problems start to go away. But EI had been growing more masses in his body since the time of his brain surgery 13 years ago. EI's mom didn't have any problems, but his dad did. And his dad's problems were similar to EI's, just not as severe. So if two family members have a similar problem, but a third doesn't, and they all lived in the same house, then if it was really toxin exposure, all 3 of them should have some degree of problems, but it was just 2. His mom was fine. And if family may have passed down the same problems, then maybe what EI is experiencing is a genetic disorder. And because our genes tell our bodies what to make, if EI has a genetic disorder, then it's likely telling his body to inappropriately grow things on his organs, explaining what's happening to him.
There's nothing odd about this, dude. We watch Chubby Emo all the time.
But what kind of genetic disorder is this? The medical team sent EI in for a nephrectomy, a cutting out of the kidney as they removed the one on the left. When they looked at EI's kidney, they noticed that some of the masses weren't cysts, but they were angiomyolipomas. Angio referring to blood vessels.
Illustration. The light part is made of fat and muscle. National Kidney Foundation primer on kidney disease. Oh, okay.
Myo meaning muscle, lipo referring to fat, and oma meaning an abnormal growth. An abnormal growth of muscle and fat that has its own blood supply. This explains the blood vessels on some of the cysts, but when they look at the largest mass, they find that it was a different 3rd type of mass. This one was cancer. All of this gives some clues on EI's genetic disorder. Polycystic kidney disease, poly meaning many, is a genetic disease where cysts grow all over both kidneys. EI has this, but knowing more about it gives us some clues. Humans normally have 23 pairs of chromosomes, and this is where all of our genes are. Genes dictate how all the proteins in our body are made, and this is what makes up our physical form. In 1985, the human genome hadn't been sequenced yet, but certain genes were known to be on certain chromosomes, one of them being one part of hemoglobin, the protein in blood cells that carries oxygen. By studying 4 different families where members had polycystic kidney disease, and by studying a genetic marker rooted to alpha globin, and tracking the inheritance patterns in the 4 families, they were able to discern that the gene responsible for polycystic kidney disease was located on chromosome 16. This is important to know because it gives us some more insight on what's happening. But EI's kidney doesn't just have cysts, and the masses on his skin and his brain are different still. This would mean that EI might have more than one genetic disorder. One of the doctors taking care of EI had an idea of what was happening. In 1880, Dr. Desiree Bournville in France saw a 3-year-old girl who was having non-stop seizures who also had acne of her face and a confluent vesicular-papular eruption over the nose, cheeks, and forehead. This girl didn't make it. At autopsy, Dr. Bournville noted that she had masses all over her brain that were rounded islets forming protuberances of variable size in many of the convolutions, a sort of hypertrophic sclerosis, while her kidneys had whitish hard masses. And in 1885, another set of doctors documented that this happened in a mother-daughter pair, recognizing that this tuberous sclerosis complex, TSC, appeared to be genetic. So, it's a genetic disease that somehow causes inappropriate growths on the skin, in the brain, and in the kidneys, causing tumors, seizures, and intellectual impairment. This is almost exactly what's happening to EI, but how does this link to polycystic kidney disease? In 1987, 170...
Is that true? Like, they actually drew the images that they put in the books, or did they have someone draw it for them?
Years after Dr. Bournville described tuberous sclerosis complex, 19 families who had TSC were studied. Scientists had noticed that family members would inherit certain ABO blood types and TSC. ABO blood types are defined by the presence of A and B antigens, which are proteins, so they're made by the genes, and those are on red blood cells. Remember, back then, we hadn't sequenced the human genome, but we knew that the genes for blood type antigens were on chromosome 9. Scientists had noted that there was an inheritance pattern associated with TSC and ABO blood typing, meaning that tuberous sclerosis complex had to do with a gene on chromosome 9,
Stupid.
close by where the ABO blood type antigens were. But there was a problem. Some families who also had TSC did not have an inheritance pattern linked to blood type. And this confused scientists because sometimes studies could confirm the gene on chromosome 9, and other times studies would suggest the problem gene was coming from other chromosomes. It wasn't likely that the gene being on chromosome 9 was wrong. Rather, this meant that TSC could be caused
I can't get over his haircut, dude.
by a second gene. Sometimes patients with tuberous sclerosis complex also have polycystic kidney disease. If the polycystic kidney disease gene is on chromosome 16, then is tuberous sclerosis complex also on chromosome 16? 85 people from 5 different multi-generational families who had TSC known to not be associated with blood type and chromosome 9 were studied. based on a repeating DNA sequence known to be associated with the gene for polycystic kidney disease, they found that not only is there a second TSC gene on chromosome 16, but that it's right next to the gene for polycystic kidney disease. This chromosome 16 TSC gene was named TSC2, with the one on chromosome 9 being named TSC1. So if one has an alteration in the genes in this particular part of chromosome 16, they will likely have cysts and angiomyolipomas growing together in the kidneys. And this explains EI's problem. Genetic mutations in one particular part of chromosome 16 is causing overgrowths everywhere in the body, especially his kidneys. They were passed down from his dad, who had almost all of the same problems. But now the question is, how would we treat this? You can't just inject chromosome 16 into trillions of cells into his body. And just knowing where his mutations are coming from isn't enough. The question to ask now is, what exactly are these mutations doing? Cell size is tightly controlled. If they're smaller than normal, then maybe some kind of signal is causing that. And if they're bigger than normal, a different signal might be telling them to acquire more nutrients to get bigger. Insulin is a hormone that tells cells to absorb more sugar to start to grow. When TSC1 or TSC2 genes were deleted from a sample cell, scientists noticed that those cells would grow inappropriately huge and they wouldn't stop growing. But when TSC1 and TSC2 were present, like they normally should be, they would limit what insulin could do. And now this should make sense. EI's first genetic disorder causing tuberous sclerosis complex is that he's missing at least the TSC2 gene on chromosome 16. This is causing the cells in his brain and his kidneys and his skin to grow abnormally large, and they can't stop growing. Just next to the TSC2 gene, polycystic kidney disease gene mutations were also taking place, inappropriately growing blister-like structures all over his kidneys, culminating to the point where his kidneys were shutting down. But how would knowing this association with insulin help treat him? In 1965, on Rapa Nui, also known as Easter Island, west of South America, soil was collected. 10 years later, in 1975, a chemical was isolated from that sample, found to be produced by a bacteria, Streptomyces hygroscopicus. This chemical at first appeared to be an antibiotic, but very quickly, scientists found that it was an antifungal. But it also suppressed the immune system when given to humans, so any thought of it possibly being used as a medicine was put away. This chemical was named rapamycin, after the island's name. In 1991, scientists put fungus on a dish of rapamycin. Most of the fungus was destroyed, but some individuals survived. They were collected, they reproduced, and they were studied to figure out why they survived. 3 particular gene defects were identified in these survivors. If these genes were broken, then it means that they weren't normal. They enabled the fungus to survive against a chemical that's supposed to destroy them. And 2 of these genes identified were named target of rapamycin, TOR, creating proteins of the same name. In normal fungus, target of rapamycin gets targeted by rapamycin, and it ends with the fungus not surviving. But cell size also changes. So TOR isn't just something that gets hit by a chemical and enables the destruction.
I feel like I'm getting lost in the sauce.
Inside cells. If TOR is stopped, cells get smaller, and if it's amplified, cells become huge. And even more interesting, humans have TOR, and scientists discovered that it's associated with insulin. That's how it tells the cells to gather nutrients to grow. The human version of this is also found in mammals, so it was named the mammalian target of rapamycin, mTOR. Rapamycin attaches to mTOR and it stops it. This causes cells to shrink, and because TSC1 and TSC2 are also somehow linked to insulin, it means that there was one more discovery that would link all of this back to EI's problems. TSC1 and TSC2 genes encode for the proteins hamartin and tuberin. When put together, these communicate with mTOR and slow it down. They keep mTOR in check, meaning that cells don't grow inappropriately.
I can't help it, man.
Because EI was missing the TSC2 gene on chromosome 16, mTOR wouldn't slow down. It would create huge cells all the time in all different parts of the body. In the brain, it looked like new masses continuously growing, even after he had brain surgery to remove a tumor 13 years ago that was caused because of this genetic problem in the first place. It manifested as renal angiomyolipoma, allowing overgrowths of vascularized fat and muscle to proliferate all over his kidneys, causing them to shut down. And unfortunately, his mutations on chromosome 16 spanned from TSC2 to the gene right next to it for polycystic kidney disease, and it enabled additional cysts to grow all over his kidneys. If EI has overactive mTOR in his body because he's missing proteins that are supposed to slow it down, then the answer would be to give him rapamycin to slow down his mTOR. But the problem is, there's one more lesion on EI's kidney that hasn't been addressed. The malignant tumor that was the dominant mass on his removed kidney. It was a heterogeneous mass with necrotic tissue inside. Very clearly, this was a kidney cancer, not a cyst and not an angiomyolipoma. However, a second, smaller tumor was just below it, different in color, lacking the necrosis, while being a cancer itself. It's not normal for a 29-year-old to be growing this. This could mean that he has a third genetic defect, but what if it has to do with his tuberous sclerosis complex? TSC1 and TSC2 are known as tumor suppressor genes. This makes sense because their normal presence slows down a machine that makes cells larger. In 2014, scientists studied renal cell carcinomas in patients who had TSC. Because missing either the TSC1 or TSC2 genes will cause tuberous sclerosis complex, they found that if both genes are missing at the same time, that condition alone is sufficient to drive the growth of renal cell carcinoma in someone who has tuberous sclerosis complex. And this is the final explanation of what's happening to him. On his left kidney, there was almost no normal tissue left because growths were everywhere. Because EI had a multifocal carcinoma, meaning more than one malignant tumor, it means that the kidney still in his body would be at risk for eventually also growing renal cell carcinoma. And once the genetic changes inside the renal cell carcinoma start to evolve beyond missing TSC1 and TSC2, rapamycin likely isn't viable to work for his problem.
Your favorite TV shows are on YouTube. Enjoy the latest releases.
I am hungover. What the fuck is this video? Is this hell? We're watching Chubby Emu talk about a kid who had stuff growing all over his body.
EI would have never been eligible for rapamycin in the first place because his case is happening in 1986. You see, tuberous sclerosis complex was first described in 1862 by Dr. von Recklinghausen and given more detail in 1880 by Dr. Bournville. Doctors had identified EI had TSC as early as the late 1950s when he was born, because it had been known for almost 100 years by then. But in the years up to 1986, there wasn't much that they can do other than remove tumors, remove water from his brain, and give him seizure medicine. It was only
literally
when the first gene responsible for TSC was identified to be on chromosome 9. And even then, they weren't sure about this because the disease would happen in people who didn't inherit it in the same pattern as they did blood types. And only in 1991, when TOR was found in fungus, and 1992, when TSC2 was identified on chromosome 16, and in 1997, when Hamerton was identified as the protein encoded by TSC1. And it was in 2001, when TSC genes were found to interact with a pathway related to insulin in context of driving the question of how big a cell should get, finally linking all of it to mTOR inside cells, giving way for rapamycin to be a viable treatment modality for one who has tuberous sclerosis complex, just like EI. It was the scientific discoveries made during this time period immediately after 1986 and linked together to the idea of a genetic disease that fundamentally changed the lives of TSC patients. In the hospital, doctors had one more problem to look into. New masses had been found in EI's brain. The medical team had performed a study to look at the blood vessels in his brain. It showed that there was some swelling and fluid, but the masses growing weren't tumors. Shortly after the operation, EI complained of a massive headache, and pain medicines didn't work. He was given steroids to try to help limit some of the inflammation and swelling that could happen. There isn't a parallel timeline where EI would have magically gotten the treatment that he needed if they all ended in 1986. If he had been born 25 years later, it may not have turned out like this. Do you remember the seizures that he had in the first 2 years of his life? Well, those are called infantile spasms, and for each one that happens, it becomes less likely that the person will develop normally. But we have medicines for that now. Childhood seizures in tuberous sclerosis complex are also linked to developmental delay. Anti-seizure medicines are still given, but sometimes the patient won't respond to one, and a second one is added on. And if that doesn't work, a third, and then a fourth. And then it becomes less likely that the seizures can be treated with medicines, the more medicines that are added. But we have multiple treatment modalities available now. mTOR inhibitor medicines based on rapamycin can shrink tumors that could be growing in the brain. another medicine not strictly for seizures alone, can be added on and has been shown to be effective and has been studied and approved for use. And because mTOR pathway is linked to insulin, a ketogenic diet aimed at limiting insulin level peaks in blood has also been shown to be helpful in reducing seizure frequency in some TSC patients. It's hard to imagine that knowing where ABO blood typing is in the genome allowed us to find a gene that makes a protein that checks a mechanism that controls cell size based on a signal sent by insulin, and that soil from an island west of South America would contain a bacteria that produces a chemical that stops that cell size mechanism that in humans would limit tumor growth and be able to treat some of the underlying problems of someone who has the genetic mutations of TSC1 and or TSC2. Understanding mTOR has also enabled understanding many other diseases. For example, diabetes is linked right to insulin and glucose, and one of the most common medicines for it, metformin, is upstream of the mTOR pathway. The heart can sometimes hypertrophy, that is, grow inappropriately in size, which would prevent it from properly ejecting adequate blood for each pump. And because we're talking about cell size as one aspect of it here, it has a link to mTOR. Because rapamycin was found to suppress the immune system, it was studied in autoimmune diseases, and derivatives of it were made for organ transplant, because the immune system will recognize a new organ as a foreign entity and then attack it, and the overwhelming response can destroy one's body. So, medicines to limit the immune system would prevent that damage from happening. Multiple pathways converge onto mTOR that all start from different signals, all of which have been and are still currently being studied. One final question that can be answered. Why did EI take the whole bottles of seizure medicine and vitamin D? It's hard to know the exact motivation, but it highlights that despite scientific advancements, care of patients on a personal level is paramount. 90% of TSC patients will be impacted by neuropsychiatric disorders, 2 of which can be impulsive behavior and forgetfulness, the latter possibly being associated with some level of intellectual disability that was associated with his somewhat untreated childhood seizures due to TSC. It deteriorated his mental health and it brought him to the emergency room for the last time. 15 hours after his brain blood vessel study, EI started having a seizure. No one in the hospital was near him when it happened, and when the nurse went in to check on him, no vital signs were found. At autopsy, they found his brain had swelled so much that it folded over itself in his skull, along with the masses that come without the access to the right medicines for this genetic disorder. This video is based on 2 cases combined together, done this way to teach about tuberous sclerosis complex and all the discoveries and developments that led to our better.
He changed his hair.
This video is based on 2 cases combined together, done this way to teach about tuberous sclerosis complex and all the discoveries and developments that led to our better understanding of it. The renal angiomyolipomas can result in fatal hemorrhage, but the presentation of it with polycystic kidney disease and renal cell carcinoma really highlight the genetic basis of this disease, and the resulting brain masses can impact a patient's cognitive development. EI is based on a real TSC patient from 1986 with this same outcome. But all of the discoveries and connection of ideas since then that are still happening today have helped positively impact patients with tuberous sclerosis complex. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
Well, there it is, chat. There it is. Once again, if you guys don't know Chubby Emu, highly recommend you go subscribe to him. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. I love this science, biology stuff, though. I love seeing like the breakdown of cases by someone who's far more educated than I am, right? We learned something today. Yeah, dude, don't take horse electrolytes and have syphilis. Don't do both. One or the other, man. One or the other. Oh, I mean, far beyond me, dude. You know, there's 3 standards of knowledge. 3 standards of knowledge. There's what you know, there's what you don't know, and there's what you don't know that you don't know. And most of the stuff Chubby Emu knows is in that last one. It's in that last one. I don't know that I don't know it. Right? There's also a bucket called I Think I Know. All right, chat. I'm gonna end it there. I'm tapped out. I've got a busy week ahead of me. I've had a busy fucking week. I'm tired. I'm gonna go make some fucking breakfast, or I guess lunch at this point. All right. I did see that one. Yeah, I watch most of Chubby Emu's videos when they come out, but every now and then, you know, like, I don't watch. Play for 6 more hours. Kanye, I can't. I will be back Tuesday, and on Tuesday we're going to be playing Mario in the Multiverse, and then we're going to be sprinkling in Street Fighter 6 throughout the week. And then once I'm done with that, I'm going to start playing Mario Mon. And by the time I'm done with both of those games, I'm pretty sure Donkey Kong Bonanza will be out. Alright? I'm going to go raid Jiroke. Jiroke is currently playing the piano. Let's see if we can get him to play some Claire Obscure. Dude, right, Zaberwolf? That shit's the fucking bee's knees. Yeah, that shit's the best. Thank you, Zaberwolf, for the bits. Alright, chat. I will see you guys for Mario for Stupid Idiot Tuesday. Adios. Go raid Jiroke. Go follow him. He's a great guy. I'm gonna get him to play Lumiere. I'm gonna see if he'll play Lumiere. Alright. Bye, everybody.
Oh, jeez. Noble Tofu, how's it going? Thank you very much for the raid. How's it going? Happy